Every November, around 1,500 visitors turn into true weekend heroes in the quiet town of Dreieich near Frankfurt, Germany. So, what are we doing? We are a role-play convention with everything that comes with it. Game rounds, numerous exhibitors like publishers, traders, and illustrators, an extensive program with workshops, readings, and panels, and of course, a coffee and tea flat rate. And you will learn to appreciate the latter because we are open for 32 hours. If you want, and if you can keep your eyes open, you can immerse yourself in fantastic worlds non-stop for a whole weekend. With over 200 pre-registered game rounds, we are also the largest role-playing convention in Germany. But since we know that we can always improve, our team is constantly thinking about new things, such as our latest partnership with GaryCon in the US, or our online events on Twitch and Discord to which the entire world is invited. Curious? Then join us in November.
Hello and good morning to all you guys and girls and in-betweens in the world out there. Welcome to the European section of GaryCon, and welcome Ras. Happy to be here with you again. Yesterday you were in Cologne, right?
Correct.
Now you are in Iceland.
Yeah. As you can see here through my window, beautiful Iceland, beautiful rainy weather and amazing mountains.
Beautiful rainy weather. When I look outside my window, I see the sun is shining here near Frankfurt in Germany. We are now taking over from our friends in Australia who've done a great job on GaryCon for us this night. So
actually, next year we should visit them in Australia. I love Australia, and
I've never
it's
been
a beautiful
there.
Country. No, my sister lives there actually. Well, not really Australia. She lives in Tasmania, so many Australians would say Tasmania is not really Australia, but of course officially it belongs to Australia. And I love that country, and I love the gaming they do there. It's really awesome. And thanks guys for ending your stream on time to give us a chance to talk. That's also very appreciated.
You may have seen the short clip beforehand, just before we started, and you've got to know something about a small town which is quite near where I sit, yes. It's the small town of Dreieich, which will be translated Three Oaks, something like that. And
that name really sounds small already. It sounds like, okay, there's a little place with three oaks where a few people settled. And that's probably how it started. I don't know.
Maybe. And Three Oaks sounds like a perfect town for role-playing. This is just welcome, you visitors from far away to Three Oaks. Come to my tavern, drink some mead. Yeah, this sounds great.
In the historic place where the Trion Pact was signed between the elves and the dwarves.
Yes.
And three elves. Yeah, something like that, of course. Yeah, it sounds like straight out of fantasy.
I want, for the start of our stream, I want to explain to the people out there not knowing why we've shown you the trailer of a small town convention in Germany. I want to reach a bit far and get a bit serious in the beginning of the European part. Since 4 weeks for us in Europe, the world's not the same anymore. We have something we thought was over since the end of World War II. We have war in Europe, in the heart of where we live. And why am I telling this to you? Because the group that was founded and later became a group of people that started a convention in Germany, was founded, 60 years ago. And the cause why they founded themselves is they wanted to live in European partnership. In the DNA of the VIRIG, which is the founder group of the GaryCon, in a kind of way. In the DNA of the VIRIG, there is deeply structured the thought of European partnership, of not only European partnership, but partnership between people all over the world. And that was in the thought of the events of the Second World War, where the people founding this group thought we want never again something like this. And so they founded a small group and came together and said culture and cultural understanding of each other is key to peace and freedom and living together as one. And I think the great grandfather of Christian, who is now head of, he doesn't like to hear that he's head, but he is head of the Dreieich Convention. He was one of the founders of this group. And nowadays, there's Christian. Hello, Christian. And he's not alone. He has got a huge team of people around him working with him. Rasio, one of them. We at Lurch und Lama, we have a strong partnership with the Dreieich Convention. And all these people come together once a year with about, the last time just before Corona were about 1,500, 1,400 people meeting together in a really small town called Three Oaks, and came together in peace and friendship to share one hobby, to share one passion. And the passion is to go on journeys through their minds. And we all share this passion with the founder, with the name giver of GaryCon, with Gary Gygax. Well, that was far reached out to come to this point where you come in a bit.
Yes, actually, exactly. And we want to talk a little about conventions and the roles that conventions fill in the gaming society, but also in society as a whole, actually.
Yes.
I am
sorry. That came from my heart. I wanted to say this in terms of this.
All good.
So this was very important for me.
It is important, and I think when we see what's going on in Europe, but also in the rest of the world, because
Yes.
we see quite dangerous tendencies in many different countries and many different regions of the world. Then we maybe understand how getting together and having something to unify us is more important than ever. And I think gaming is a wonderful venue to get people together and to help them cooperate and learn to appreciate each other. And that's something I am doing here too. So I'll quickly mention that before we come back to the Dreieich-Con. I am doing a Dragon Legion event. Dragon Legion is, this symbol with the dragon, with people from 8 different countries, with young people from 8 different countries. And we are here in Iceland, and we are playing for a whole week in an Icelandic mythology setting, and with mixed group, with mixed nationalities. And the great thing is, role-playing is so powerful because it brings people together in very interesting ways. And what you can observe with young people is when they completely let go of their preconceived ideas and stuff and meet in a group of role players with other people from other nationalities, they will think really freely. They will focus on the problem, because role playing is about overcoming challenges. You know, you have a scene with a challenge, and as a group, you try to overcome it. And when they think freely to overcome these challenges, they learn how to work as a group. They learn how to cooperate, and they learn how to understand each other's values and positions. And that is so important for our society. And role playing just does it in a fun way. And so that's why we use role playing here to get people together. And this beautiful country here is helping, of course, with that. We'll go to some historic places. We go to Thingvellir, which is the place of the first Viking parliament. We play out scenes there at the historical places where once the Vikings stood and settled each other's disputes. And that's the big thing that role playing can do for people.
Yeah, and
Back
if you
to Dreieich.
yeah,
Good.
if you learn in role playing games that a dwarf and an elf can learn how to be friends, then what is black, white, yellow, green, whatever, it doesn't matter anymore. You know that everyone can get friends, if even a dwarf and an elf can get friends. So you learn lessons for life. But let's come back again to DreieichCon and GaryCon.
Yes. So let me say a few things about that. So
Yes.
DreieichCon is one of the biggest conventions in Germany. Even though for American standards it's a very, very small convention. You already mentioned some numbers. However, I think it's a very important convention because it really connects the role-playing community in a good way. Usually, everyone important in the role-playing community is going to be at Dreieich. You know, you can meet people there. It's a little like GaryCon, because GaryCon
Yes.
is also small. For us, it's really huge, but by comparison to other huge conventions, look at Gen Con or something. For American standards, it's quite small, and yet it is basically probably the convention that has the most VIPs, in the gaming community coming together at this convention. So I would say DreieichCon is a little like that for the German community, and DreieichCon has really tried to become more international and fulfill this role more on a European level. And that is why it was such a great thing for us to start a larger cooperation with GaryCon, because the type of convention really matches. It was really about bringing the community together. It was really about bringing maybe decision makers in the community together, people who are really curious and motivated about taking the community somewhere and leading it. And that's what I think is very exciting about this convention, and that's what gives it a special role. And the partnership between GaryCon and DreieichCon was only very evident and very, very natural. It evolved really well, and we are so happy to have this opportunity because together we can really make the world a little smaller again, connect people again, and of course,
Yes.
let's not forget our Australian friends here. They
Yes, of
basically
course.
add a whole different corner of the globe to us as well, and I think this makes it a truly worldwide festival, and this is what gaming should be, and this is exactly the spirit of Gary Gygax.
Yes, it is. And you just mentioned that there are gamers in Australia, there are gamers in Russia, in Europe, in Africa, in all over the world, in America, even right now as you are there in Iceland. And this means that there is one thing bringing people from all over the world together, and something everyone in the world does. Maybe some people stop in their life with it, but everyone starts out as a human being, no matter where you're from, as a gamer. And to bring it to the point where we are, every child is a role player. Every child out there is a role player. When they play mother, father, child, or if they are playing robber and police and something like that, they are taking in roles they are playing. They are the knight fighting the dragon. They are the robber running away from the police, or vice versa. They are the police stopping the robber, or a small child becomes father in this play. And this is where I've been to a refugee camp where there were children from several different countries, not speaking the language of each other. And what they did was playing games with each other, not understanding any word the other is saying, but understanding each other through gaming, through playing with each other. They understood what the other one meant and what the other one needed. And this is where we all start off. We all began our life being such a gamer. And I think a problem starts when some of us, not you, as you're watching, not you, Ras, not me, some of us at some day stops playing, stops jumping into the role of being someone else, just being always working, running in the rodent's cage each day in the treadmill, not thinking that, well, gaming is not important, but it is. And this is where conventions kick in. This is where conventions like GaryCon, like GaryCon, like LuxCon, or all the other conventions out there are taking in a big and important place. What was your first roleplay convention you remember you were on?
Oh, good question.
Yes, I know.
Actually don't know. I don't remember. I went to what was my first convention? I honestly can't say. At least I don't remember. I've been to
Or
a
the
few
first you
smaller
remember, the
conventions.
first important convention you remember.
Gen Con.
Gen Con, the first small
Yes.
convention you remember was Gen Con.
That isn't the small. I mean,
Yes.
that's the first convention I remember because it left such a huge impression on me. I went to Gen Con when it was in Milwaukee,
Yeah.
and it was amazing for me. It totally blew my mind.
How
And
did you
I really fell
feel?
in love with that convention.
How did you feel when you took your backpack with your gaming stuff and some drink and some food in it, and you
I
just packed your dices and went to Gen Con and said, well, I'm going to a convention?
I was 16 at the time, so I was still very young, and I was totally overwhelmed by it. And I was, you know, I was an adventurer at the time. I had made a spontaneous decision to go there.
Yeah.
I went there without booking a hotel. I thought I'll find something, but of course I didn't because
Yes.
because I mean the reason why Gen Con is no longer in Milwaukee was that there was not enough hotel space for the convention, so everything was booked out. So I remember sleeping somewhere on the convention floor in those days. I was fascinated. It was really really cool for me. It was amazing. I was totally overwhelmed by having so many gamers around, by having such a great friendly atmosphere. I even ended up in the last days. I slept somewhere in a hotel room on the floor somewhere because people were just taking in a refugee like me and gave me some floor space in the hotel room. But that is so typical for a gamer community. You help each other out, you connect with each other, you play together,
Yes.
and for me, GenCon still has a very special place in my heart because of that. Because it was the first time that I really realized how big the gaming community was, how great the gaming community was, and how easy it is to find friends there.
My first roleplay convention was a lot smaller than this one, but for Germans, it was a big one. I started off role playing when I was 12. Started with my friends, and there was always other guys from school looking at us when we did role playing games. We were really small but good group in tight friendship, and we went on adventures together several times a week, and that was great for us. And then a friend of mine said, well, there is a convention. Let's go there. And we packed our bags and we went to Bonn, which is, it's a really small town, but it was, in former times in Germany, it was an important town, was the main city of Germany. And there was this convention, and I went there. And I felt something from coming from a even smaller town than Bonn, being there with my few friends doing role-playing games. I came there and saw many of these groups of people that came from small towns and thought they were alone with their friends. And they came there to a convention, and I totally felt connected from the first moment. There was a huge sit-in of gamers on the grass in front of the city hall, and there were tents, and we all sat together and talked about our experiences we made in our adventures. And well, suddenly there were these guys and girls who had the same experiences as I, who had the same adventures. And this is where I fell friends with people I've never seen before. And from this day on, my world got so much bigger. There was this very small world in this small town, and then I came there and boosh, explosion, so much bigger, so many people, all gamers. And I think this is role playing.
However, do you remember when that was? At what time?
That was, now I'm giving away that I'm really old. In the 80s. Yeah,
Okay.
it was in the early 80s. I can't exactly remember the year.
Or you don't want to give away your exact.
I would give it away. I started off role playing. No, it was the late 80s. When I said I started out when I was 12. I'm born in 74. So 86. I started doing role playing. Let's say it must be 88, 89, something like that.
Okay. I'm asking because I also think that things are not the same anymore, and
Yes.
too, because if you say things are not as they used to be, but it's true, and I'm evaluating that in the sense of use better, not at all. Things are very different. The gaming community has evolved, and I would say some conventions have not evolved. And I would ask you questions.
Ras, I'm going to stop you a bit. Ras,
and also the question, yes.
We understood almost nothing of what you said because your internet is. There are some fairies and trolls standing
Oh no.
on your cable.
Let me chase them away.
Yes. You said that.
Hear me again.
Yes. Yes. You said that the world is not the same again.
Yeah, I think see I think gaming conventions sometimes stay the same, but the community has evolved quite a bit, and
I
nowadays a lot is digital, right?
Yes.
You could ask the question: do we still need gaming conventions because people can connect over the internet and everything? My answer would be clear yes, but I'm just saying the thing is, I believe a modern gaming convention needs to be different from what the conventions need to be. And I
I
would be
try.
very curious your opinion here and ask you. Go ahead.
I try to read what you've said because some of your words reached me. And I'm trying to tell it to you out there. Maybe you did not understand it. The role playing community has changed in the last years. There is something like digital playing, there are people meeting up digital like we do now. And people saying, well, why do you need role playing conventions anymore? You go to the internet and know that there are other gamers. You can see it every day in the internet. Do you still need role playing conventions? And you asked me on my opinion about that. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, then I try to answer that. Of course, we still need role playing conventions. Of course, you can always, and it's good that you can always meet up with people online. This is really, really cool. But in the end, you're sitting in your room. And yes, you meet up with people online. That's cool. But I think you will never get the amazement you got on your first Gen Con or I got on my first FinCon. You never get this kind of feeling. It's like the comparison is, do you just listen to a recording of the last Metallica concert in a stadium, or are you there standing in the crowd and feeling the music? You can say nowadays you can always watch the concert on TV. You can click it in the internet. You can get the MP3, and you're always there. That's cool, and I don't want to miss the opportunity of seeing it in the internet. But what really makes your heart pound and what really makes you feel connected to other people is when you see it and feel it that these people are around you. When you're piling up, when you're standing up in a row in front of a booth talking to someone, or when you're gathering at the entrance waiting that the gate opens and you can come inside. This excitement is not the same when you are at home watching a stream and clicking on the buy button. It's not the same. It's it's not even comparing, I think. It's something different. Online conventions are important, but present conventions are important also. And I think that the decision of Dreieich Convention or Three Oaks, I really like Three Oaks, that the decision of Dreieich Convention doing a hybrid convention in November is a really intelligent step to the future. And this is, as you said in the beginning, that the Dreieich Convention is not the biggest, but one of the most influential and most important. You are absolutely right, because they first off, from the German conventions when there was Corona, had the decision to deep dive into online convention and making something special out of it, using the tool of being online and saying, how much can we do? How much can we make something good out of something bad? It is bad. We can't do an ordinary convention through Corona, but it's good. We can now meet up on one convention with people from all over the world. And we can incorporate our American friends, our Italian friends, Swedish, Icelandic, you name it. And the decision is to try to make a hybrid convention in November, which means that the not only that the program from the Dreieich Convention will be streamed, like this one we are doing now, but also you can take a special guest and bring him via internet to the convention, and people can ask question to this special guest, even if he's on Mars. Well, there will be a delay if they are on Mars. We have to work this out.
But we're gamers, so we can always work everything out.
Yes, we can.
I think though, what we have not done so well in Europe yet, and we are already a lot further with this at the American conventions, is making it really an event. It's kind of like in Europe, I see conventions more like a little family gathering. You meet people, and that's always great. You have a game together, and that's great. I think American conventions have moved a lot further to make it an event with things that you can do there that you cannot do anywhere else. For instance, a massive game with 80 people, 80 players at the same time. Or I know, like at Gen Con, they have True Dungeon, for instance, where you walk through a dungeon in real life, basically, and you need to solve puzzles. It's kind of like an escape room experience with a little fighting edit and stuff. And that is something I don't see at European conventions yet. I think what we need to do here in Europe is move ahead a little and make it more of an event where the gaming community has that shared experience. If you go to a convention and celebrate gaming together by maybe playing a game, but then also doing like a gaming quiz against another group, having a gamer party in the evening or something like that, then you have shared experiences. And I think we need to move a little more in that direction to address the young gamers, because that has been quite a problem at European conventions. Most of them. I'm not saying all of them. Some of them have been pretty good at it, but for older gamers, it's nice. It's like, it's been like this for 30, 40 years. We always came together. We see each other again. Great. They don't need anything else. But if we really want to reach the young people, maybe we need to give them more excitement, more event-driven things.
I'm totally the same opinion. I've not only been to convention, I've also made convention as an organizer. And if you look at what people do with open eyes and not only think we are doing the same thing since 30 years as my father did and my father's father did, and if you don't do this but watch it with open eyes, you see that the behavior of people going to conventions has changed. When I was small and went there, our main interest in the convention was to play games. We went there, looked at the board, where are the games to play? sat down, played it, played another round, then went home. So this is what we did in the beginning, in the former times. This was how conventions worked. Well, there was this merchant where we could buy dice. Okay, we also did that. But nowadays, people behave different. They come there to meet, to talk, to get new informations. Role players today are much more interested in new games, information about new games, workshops, things like that. So they are going to a convention to be informed, to be entertained, and to connect. This is what people nowadays do. And I think that the old conventions we know do not fit these wishes of the visitors any longer. Yes, of course there have to be tables where people can play games, but there also has to be entertainment. Like on GaryCon, you have these VIPs coming there. You can visit the people you only know from internet or from the names on your books, and you can visit them. They tell their stories. People are sitting there, listen to them, and this is much more the way that German conventions should go. So I'm totally the same.
It's right. I think it's also okay to say, okay, no, we want to keep what we have, and that's fine. They just need to be aware that that means you don't get the young people. You stay with the old crowd, which is getting older and older, and it's at some point it's a gathering of seniors. If that is what you want as
and then it's going to die.
There's nothing. Yeah, at some point. But if that is what you want as an organizer, I think there's nothing wrong with that too. And it's great if you have a senior convention.
Yes.
Those people also need their fun and their games and stuff. That's all good. I just think we're really in a situation in which we are not as good when it comes to the event-driven character of conventions in Europe as we see in other parts of the world. I don't know how it is in Australia, I have to admit. If there are any Australians here, share with us if it is different there or if it's the same. I've never been to a convention in Australia, unfortunately. I know America is a lot further when it comes to this, and my hope is that we can learn from that. And that's the other great thing, coming back to the internationalization and the partnership, we can actually learn from each other. We can see what's going on in different parts of the world and, learn from that. And it's not always this way. I mean, it's not always that that we have to learn from America. Sometimes it's also the other way around. We're just often lagging behind. We're often a few years lagging behind. Is what I wanted to say, and that's just the case.
Yes, what I think we can learn the event-driven character. The American conventions and the Americans in general are so much better than we are in eventive things. Just look at Super Bowl and then compare it to Bundesliga. Then you see that there's a bit of a difference, and the Americans are so much better in entertaining driven stuff. And I think what we have, what the Americans can learn from us, is that Europe, through being many countries on a small place of the earth, has much more cultural diversity. So we have so many cultures in this melting pot Europe on the same place, that this is something that you also see in the role-playing games that are developed by European role-playing publishers. They are different. I will talk about that tomorrow with Björn from Sweden, about how role-playing in Europe and role-playing in America differs.
And we will show off some of these games today and tomorrow, because we have invited a lot of European publishers to come to us and present what they do. Yeah, actually, I had a personal experience in which the American actually admitted that they didn't have what we had. That happens sometimes. I remember when I was still little. I was at some point I was hired by Wizards of the Coast, and I went to America for a few years. And a key point there was when I was running the basically the demo of Dungeons and Dragons third edition when it just came out at the Essen Game Fair, Essen Spiel, which is the largest board game fair in the world, and that is in Germany. And at the time, I was working for Amigo Spiele, which is a German board game manufacturer that had acquired the license for Dungeons and Dragons in German, so they were translating Dungeons and Dragons to German. And I was not, I was just a freelancer there, so I worked with them because I had a lot of experience with Dungeons and Dragons, of course. And so I told them, I don't think you can just present Dungeons and Dragons like any old board game. You cannot just sit around a table and have people play, because people who are sitting at the table will have a lot of fun, but people who walk past it will think, well, this is kind of stupid. There's not even a game board, and it's just some papers and pencils. And what is this? It doesn't. There's no visual aspect. So I told them, why don't we just put a stage there, have people dress up as the characters, and do an intense 15-minute session, really compressed session in front of everyone, involve the audience, and and go for it. And then every full hour we continue the story. So, and that was an amazing experience, because I was still very young. I was just out of school at that point, and so I wrote a concept, and the person in charge of that at Amigo was very supportive and told me, yeah, we'll do that. I'll arrange everyone and stuff like that. And I said, oh, we also need a very good game master who stands there with a microphone and really brings these scenes to life. And he said, yeah, I already have one. I said, okay, good. And he said, yeah, I was thinking you're going to do it. And so I found myself on stage at the time and running this. And it was amazing because we had a huge crowd of people, just everywhere around the booth. The booth was too small for all of these people, and they were watching this. And I put a lot of interactive elements in there. For instance, at the beginning, there was this evil sorcerer who stole the crown of the king and then got away, and the heroes were supposed to chase him down. And he ran the marketplace, and I described how crowded the marketplace was and how all these people were there, and I pointed at the crowd. And the actors were really great. They said, "Oh, we need to find him. Hey, Ida, who was the halfling, get on the shoulder of the fighter and see if you can spot him in the crowd." And she did that, and I described how this evil sorcerer was at the very end of the market square, and he turned around and saw them. And the next moment, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a bunch of gold coins, and I had these chocolate coins, and threw them into the crowd. So there was no way of getting through there because there was pure chaos. And the audience loved that, and the audience wasn't the only one who loved that, because some big head managers of Wizards of the Coast were there at the time, and they turned to each other at the time, at least that's what people told me, and said, why don't we have that? And so they took that idea and took that to America as well, and took me with it. Basically, they offered me a job there, but it is a great thing because it shows us that there's no limit with creativity and no limit with sharing these things. And even though we lag behind in Europe, and I'm very convinced that there's so much more we can do to catch up, and we must do so much to catch up, we can actually be very creative and have our own really fun experiences and do things that the others have never done before. I mean, that's what gaming is all about. That's what creativity is all about. So I don't see it as a bad thing. I just think it's time to do something.
Yeah, it is time, and I think we should take the things we had to learn throughout the Corona time and make an advantage out of it. And this is a really good way. And there are some people in Europe that are learning that role-playing has, or role-playing conventions have to change a bit, and there are many partnerships. There are a partnership between Luxembourg, Iceland, Finland, and Dreieich, I think, if I recall this correct.
Yeah, not quite correct, but let me let me explain it. So there
Yeah.
are several constellations of partnership, and GaryCon has been extremely busy setting up these partnerships because we want to become the European hub where everything gets together. I think we're in a great position for that, and we just have the mentality to connect everyone. So we set up a partnership with Ropecon, which is the biggest one in Finland, which is a huge convention and all done by volunteers, which is really amazing. With GothCon, which is the oldest convention in Sweden. It's almost from the beginning they started having their convention, and Dreieckcon. So that's a constellation of three, this partnership. Then we set up a partnership between MidgardCon, which is a convention here in Iceland, the only convention here in Iceland, the only role-playing convention, and Fastaval, which is a Danish convention, also one of the most established convention, also very interesting one, where do a lot of writers' workshops and create adventures together and then run them at Fastaval. So they look at the quality of the adventures that are submitted for the convention. So I think that's a wonderful approach and also very unique and different to other conventions. So it's another constellation of three. And then most recently, we have set up a partnership between Norsen in northern Sweden and LuxCon in Luxembourg and Reichcon. And this constellation is actually one where the other conventions, the one in Sweden and in Luxembourg, are not just focused on role-playing games. They are a little more encompassing of other fields. They are more like fantasy conventions. They are all about fantasy literature, manga, cosplay, and role-playing is a big part of it too, of course. But they are a little more varied, I would say, not such a role-playing focus. And,
Do you think bringing together several fandoms like manga and anime on the one hand, cosplay, LARP, role-playing game, do you think it's a good idea to bring them all together to one convention? Or do you think that there's a danger of losing profile? If you know
both,
what I mean.
actually. My answer would be both. I don't think there's the right recipe for every convention. You cannot say the best convention is one that brings everything together. I think conventions need to be unique in their own way. They need to offer something that others don't offer. And I think it's great to have a convention that brings all of these groups together because these groups can benefit largely from each other. Someone who's interested in cosplay might never have played role-playing games, but might be really interested in it, and that could be, the way into role-playing, and vice versa. But I also believe it's great if you have a convention that is just focused on role-playing, where you say this, we are doing really amazing events in role-playing. We are not so big, but it's going to be one of the most intense role-playing experiences you'll have all year long. So I think variety is really the key, and I think going forward in the future, my wish is to have a variety of interesting conventions that all have their special character, that all do something that is unique for them.
I want to talk to you guys and girls out there watching us right now. What do you think of a big European convention? A big convention bringing European role-playing gamers together at one location where they all meet up, people from all over Europe, even from all over the world if they want, but just making a big international role-playing event in one place, and what do you think? How should this event be? What are your expectations of such an event? What would you like to see at such an event? That would interest me so much.
Okay, so yeah, yeah. I'll keep this short because I could be talking for hours about this. I think it would be really great to have an international role-playing event in Europe, because I feel there's so much that these people from different countries add, and as we can see today and tomorrow when we see the different publishers, there's so much creativity there, and such a variety that it just enriches the entire role-playing community. The second thing is I want this to be really largely event-driven. I want there to be big stage and events on stage all the time. I also imagine there's a big party at night where people come together and stuff like that. I want this to be something that the whole community can participate in, and I want them to go home feeling like, wow, this is where my community hangs out. This is where we all get together, and next year I have to be there again. So that's the thing in a nutshell. But I could go on for hours, but I don't have the time now.
That operator just wrote down the tabletop RPG Woodstock. So just think of a role-playing convention more like a festival. Yeah, I really love this.
So it will still take me a few years to get this done, but at some point I really want to. So we'll keep hearing about this. We'll keep talking about it. With your input, please, because I think if we can get that, if we can get an international festival here in Europe, we need everyone to speak up. We need everyone to embrace it and become part of it. But I think if we look at America, if we look at GenCon with over 80,000 people coming together for 4 or 5 days, that is something that is not even thinkable here in Europe. We can't reach that. But maybe we can take the first steps towards that and do something amazing that's not the same, but also amazing and fun. I would love to see that.
If this is going to happen, and you were the guy who just stood there at a booth in Essen, and then started out being one of the best connected role-playing guy in the world that I know. So I think, if someone can bring people together to do that, I think you are. Luch und Lama and me will be very, very happy to meet you there and to be part of it and to be on stage, and just be a host on stage would be an absolute pleasure for me on this convention. Absolute.
Okay. So you see, I'm already working on things on several levels, and the nice thing is times are better for this than ever before, because yesterday we talked a little about how role playing and being a nerd and something like that has become mainstream, acceptable, and you can embrace it and everything. And so it is great to see the benefits of role playing, to see what it does to the personality development of young people, for instance. And I would like to show a picture with you now, if our technical master will let me see it. Maybe you can show it here on screen.
There it is.
It's showing. Yeah, you wonder who this is, right? One of them is me, the one that's looking weird there. But the other guy is actually the president of Iceland. Yeah. And
This
was it was at a time in which I had the opportunity to talk to the president of Iceland about role playing, and he was very interested because he was visiting Midgard Convention, the Icelandic role playing convention. So you can see a president saying, "Hey, I have to find out what's going on there. I'm visiting this convention." You can see some security people in the background looking a little grim because they didn't know, about gamers and stuff. They were always very. But he was just walking around the convention, and I just said, "Oh, cool! If the president is here, let's have a talk with him. Let's talk to him about international cooperation in role playing." And he loved that. He was very open to this, and that is so amazing. I'm just showing this picture because it inspires me. Because I think if you can talk to the president about this, what is that you can't do? You can really bring this to the international community in a way. And by the way, you can hide the picture again. I don't. I also don't want him to go after me and say, "Hey, you're using me for your personal promotion or something." But yeah. So right. I think it's really cool what is possible if you're trying, and it is also not so difficult to explain the benefits of role playing on people, and what it does to personal development. And I think for that reason, conventions are so important. For that reason, it's so important to expand the role playing community, and at the same time to keep it friendly, because I love how friendly the community is. I love how easy it is to find friends in that community. And as we said at the beginning of this talk, in these times when we have conflicts everywhere in the world, it is so refreshing to have a community that is just working together and helping each other and being friendly with each other. And I think it's really the key to connecting societies.
Yeah, just remember what we told you now. Not being a gamer is old school. And just listen, conflicts are old school too. This is so old school. We should just talk with each other and not hit each other in the face or throw bombs at each other. This is old school. Time is over. We are making European partnerships right now through gaming. If you want to hit someone, then roll a dice and see what happens. This is how you can hit someone in a safe way. This is okay. This is the modern way.
I think we have about 5 minutes left, so we need to start wrapping up here.
Yeah, let's wrap it up. We are here at GaryCon. We are here at a worldwide role-playing game event in the internet. And we here in Europe, and we hear from Dreieich Convention, are proud part of this. We want to greet our sister convention in Lake Geneva. And we are really proud and happy being part of this connecting community, this fantastic community working together. And I think right after the stream, Ras and I will look out for locations to make a role-playing event in Europe with about, let's say, we have to start small, 10,000. We can't go.
That's always my goal, but that's right. We won't do that right after this stream because I am going to be interviewing someone from Urbeck Verlag right next.
Yes.
There are a lot of interesting things coming up.
To do. Yes.
Yeah, we still have work to do. So my next guest here is going to talk a little about Chronopia, and I have to admit I know very, very little about that, so I will find out more about it. But it sounds very exciting. So
really cool skirmish game.
Right. You also have a very interesting guest. Can you tell us a little about what's coming up here?
I'm talking to Manny of Manifest Games, who will introduce to us this year. He will introduce to us his universal role-playing system. I don't know, is it allowed to say, speak out how it is called?
No.
FUK.
PG-13 here.
FUK is it called?
Yeah, I wonder what that stands for, but yeah. We'll find out, I guess.
free, universal, and cards-driven. But it's German, so it's a K, like card is in German. And this is called Free Universal Card-Driven System. And I'm happy to talk to him. Manfred is such a nice guy, and I think we all have fun. And then after I do this, you are on again.
That's true. With a well-established, very small publisher from Germany, System Matters. I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think I'm correct.
It's System Matters. Yeah.
It is System Matters. Yeah, System Matters is amazing. They've put out so many amazing game materials, and they are very, very small. And it's amazing that such a small publisher can actually continue to be so productive and continue to be so active in the gaming community, and not just be a one-shot company that publishes something and then stops losing steam. And I will talk a little about what they've done and what's in the pipeline next, and how they can keep going at that pace.
Yeah, they are fabulous. They have so good games, and I played a few of them, and System Matters really cool. And after that, we hand over to Ulysses Spiele, who do a Let's Play for about 2 hours. Let me see, from 3 to 5 a.m. Central European Time.
Which is 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Central Time for those of you in Wisconsin.
Yeah, and I don't know what's
in the Central Time Zone in general.
Yeah, and I don't know what time is it then to our friends on Mars. But there is a delay anyway, so yeah. And this will close the European part for today at 5 o'clock our time. And let me try 11 o'clock Central American time. I'm getting used to it. And I think this...
One last note before we go. Tomorrow we have a time change in Europe. The night between Saturday and Sunday. So nothing will change when you look at the schedule in Central Time, American time. We will still start at the same time, but for Europe, we will start an hour later. Because of a 6 hour time difference, we'll have a 7 hour time difference now. So we will start at noon.
12 o'clock. High noon. Be ready.
All right.
So, and now we hand over to you. I wish you lots of fun, and I will be back in an hour. Have a nice time with Ras and Uhrwerk Verlag. I'm out. Mic drop.
See you in a bit.
Bye-bye.
Every November, around 1,500 visitors turn into true weekend heroes in the quiet town of Dreieich near Frankfurt, Germany. So, what are we doing? We are a role-play convention with everything that comes with it. Game rounds, numerous exhibitors like publishers, traders, and illustrators, an extensive program with workshops, readings, and panels, and of course, a coffee and tea flat rate. And you will learn to appreciate the latter because we are open for 32 hours. If you want, and if you can keep your eyes open, you can immerse yourself in fantastic worlds non-stop for a whole weekend. With over 200 pre-registered game rounds, we are also the largest role-playing convention in Germany. But since we know that we can always improve, our team is constantly thinking about new things, such as our latest partnership with GaryCon in the US, or our online events on Twitch and Discord to which the entire world is invited.
Yes.
Curious? Then join us in November.
Past, Ocorum was crisscrossed with waterways and burgeoning with fauna.
a land replete with resources for its inhabitants.
I think I will.
Exceptionally well. Eventually, through the systematic conquering and incorporating of neighboring peoples and their lands to its own, the Empire of the Idrisid was born. The Empire's might was its mastery of Dweomercraft, and through it, their dominion covered the entirety of Okorum in relatively short order. Over the course of many centuries, their influence extended even into other planes of existence. But at the height of its empire, they erred grievously and unleashed a cataclysmic elemental force in the heart of their civilization. Idrisid arcane might was outstripped by its hubris, and it cost them everything. Centuries have passed since the disaster that changed Okorum, creating the Blighted Land, the wasteland it is today. Though new civilizations rose from the Idrisid ashes, its secrets remain undiscovered. And while many Shintufi structures survived the wrath, its populace was decimated. Yet the city's populace teems anew, a mishmash of folk both human and otherwise, drawn by the grandeur of the surviving structures and the undiscovered treasures and knowledge of the former Idrisid Empire. Hidden somewhere in the desolate, dangerous reaches of the Blighted Lands, the Idrisid's ancient treasures await discovery.
Hello and welcome back again. I am now here with a guest from Urbeck Verlag. Marcin is here to present Chronopia. And Marcin, before we go and talk about that product, maybe you can give us a quick introduction about yourself. Who are you and what is your connection to Urbeck Verlag and what is your connection to Chronopia?
Sure. Nice to meet you all. So my name is Marcin Malinowski. I'm the editor-in-chief of Chronopia in Urbeck Verlag. And as well, I wrote the rules for the new edition. So because I always been a fan of that game since I was a teenager, and I started to create fun rules for that, let's say, that game. I've been found by Patrick, and we start to cooperate. So for now, think about nearly 1 year and a half, we were working on bringing this project back, and in 3 days, our Kickstarter starts.
Okay. And we're going to talk a little about your current product and what you see in it and where it's going and everything like that. But before we do, let's go back into history a little because I'm sure not everyone has heard of Chronopia before. So let's go way back when it first appeared as a product. Can you start by telling us what Chronopia is or was back in the days and what's so special about it and what happened to it? And later on, we'll talk about what it is now. Okay?
Of course, it's not a problem. So the Chronopia first appeared on the market in 1998, if I remember correctly. It was released that time by a really huge company worldwide called Target Games, and it was the second game of it's a tabletop skirmish war games. So we are using models on the tabletop to fight the battles against our opponents. That game was, I would say, reply to Warhammer that time. So the Target Games was really the biggest competitor to other large known company. And basically, the company itself collapsed about 2000 AD or 2001. I don't remember exactly the date. So the story of the first edition Chronopia wasn't long, but it took grab a lot of fans. And why it was so special? First of all, because of the setting. It's a dark fantasy world, so all the factions, all the races that are in the settings, they are no quite good. Every faction's got something bad hidden behind the cape, or yes, the world is very dark. So the story itself was evolving through expansion to expansion. So it was the expansions to the game. It has 4 expansions for the first edition, even if it was only 3 years on the market, but get 4 expansions. So every expansion put the story forward about 2-3 years, tells us what happened with each faction, what army fought, what heroes were created, and so on and so on. And what was special about the rules itself that time, comparing to the other games, it was activation of the units, which goes back and forth to the players. So it wasn't like one player was doing their whole turn, rolling dice, killing our models, and then the other player. But one unit was doing something, then another unit of other player were doing something, and vice versa till all the units moved. And I think that creates a lot of tactical options and a lot of different feelings than other games on the market that time. But unfortunately, the main company collapsed about 2001-ish, I think. And then the IP has been licensed to another American company called Excelsior Entertainment. Yes, Excelsior for sure. And they released another edition, which was only one book, gathered all the information from the previous edition in one book, released few new models, but basically all the old models being used to play that game. And after a few years, there was a big gap till now.
Okay, stop there. Let me stop you there. Let me just ask you again about the time you got involved. So you got involved when the first edition was released, right? That's when you got hooked on the game. No?
Yes, I've been hooked by the game in the time of the first edition when I was a teenager, and because at that time I helped my father to bring the shop of the models. We had a shop back in the days in Poland where we were selling the models, and yes, I've been a lot bigger fan of all the Target games than other companies, and at that time I just been involved. But of course, the times going forward, and like I'm saying, even in my involved in the game, there was a big gap till 2 years ago.
Right. The thing that I'm curious about is, of course, you would immediately compare Chronopia to Games Workshop, Games Workshop games. Did you play Warhammer before that or not? And what is it that you felt was so great, made Chronopia greater than other tabletop miniature games?
The previous editions, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Like
okay.
With the first edition, because I mean, I would say at the time this was this was an upstart. Someone saying, "Hey, we are presenting a tabletop miniature game here," and everyone at the time was, of course, already playing Warhammer by Games Workshop. That one is dominating and still is dominating. but for some reason you got hooked on Chronopia, and I was just curious about why. What you already mentioned the world, so you said the setting, the dark fantasy setting, grabbed you somehow. Was there also something about the rules that you thought was more elegant or better or more exciting in this, or how,
Okay,
or was
so
it just
yeah,
that all your friends drew you in?
there were a few factions. I would say aesthetics. If you can see behind me, there's a illustration. That character was illustrated by Adrian Smith about 20 years ago. It's a devout curse. So what can you see over there is a quite huge pauldrons. So that was, I would say, the main thing in the settings. Every model had really big pauldron. So that was different, different to any other setting that time. And the illustration itself, the factions that were illustrated, just brings your imagination to the top. Like, oh yeah, you were reading the history, and like I said, the history was totally different than Warhammer. Something else. That the story was evolving from expansion to expansion. But even the first book, the factions showed there totally you cannot find even now after 20 years companies that trying to copy just known it was unique, like a black blood trolls with four-handed trolls. I can demonstrate one model I got from our new edition, of course, but it's based on the old illustration painted by master painter Martin Grandabbe from France. I don't know if it will be very good visible, but of course you can see the photos on our website. So that is the troll, four hands, something quite unique on the global scale, and the black bloods itself. It was four different races that compared to combined together to create a black blood empire. So like in the Warhammer there was green skin, so of course it was something to let's do different, but that different was unique. Another thing, the dice used in the system was D20, so not D6 like used in a lot of other games, just D20, and it was very simple, which I think is now you've got a statistic for something like ballistic skill, let's say 14. So you need to roll 14 or less on a D20 to hit whatever you're hitting. Of course, there are modifiers by distance, by some cover, like everywhere. But it was very simple and in initiative. You just jump into it. Every model had actions. So the bigger model, he can done more things in a turn than the normal or regular models. At the minute, we moved a little bit far from the action system, but it is still there, just not called actions. But yeah, the old fans, if they read our rules, they will see that everything what you felt about old Chronopia is still there, just improved.
All right. So jump back to the present. You've already kind of done that, but let me ask you a few more questions about that, because before we go into the game in more detail, I would like to know how basically how this dream came true for you, because it sounds a little like a dream come true. A fanboy who loves the game is sad that the company goes out of business, the game disappears. You keep working on it, you keep writing basically fan-based materials for it, and then at some point you have the opportunity to be the main editor of a new edition, right? How did that happen? Can you tell us a little more about that? Because frankly, I think there are probably a lot of people who say, wow, if that happened to me, my favorite game, that would be really a dream coming true. Was it like that for you? Or was it just years of exhaustion and hard work and you feel like, I'm...
It's a kind of both things, I would say.
Uh-huh.
Because yes, it was a dream come true, just to have an opportunity to work on the game that I loved as a teenager. And when like 8 years ago, Prodos resurrected the Warzone, they released the Warzone. I thought, okay, Warzone, fine, but maybe they will do something with Chronopia as well. They said no. So I remember I sent an email from my private email to Cabinet that time asking about licensing for Chronopia. So as a reply, I received something like, "Yes, sure, we can talk about it, but you have to have a company that is more or less established on the market. Release something, be known to the people, and then we can talk about it." So, okay, let's do that. So then I started my tries just to release some game because I always had the passion to create rules for the games. And yes, I think I put like a few Kickstarters. The first one was a failure because I haven't got idea how Kickstarter works that time. And I released my own game after that. A small board game in I think 300 copies, but that was a small dream come true. A lot of work put into that. I just knew now how uh, hard is to release something basically, and to give myself a little bit of free time of hard work. I just created a fun rules for Chronopia, or maybe not created because I had them somewhere in my draw. Just put a little bit of graphic on it and then publish it. And that time, Patrick just contacted me like, "Oh, I saw your fan-based rules, and we are making, we will make in Chronopia." Okay, you got a license? Said, "Yes, we do." I said, "Oh." So yes, that time it was like a dream come true because I couldn't, for me myself, going in the line to even try to reach that license would be, I don't know, 3 more years or even 4 more years to release another game and another game to be visible on the market. But somebody already had it and asked me to work on it. So it was like, okay, put my projects, future projects of the board game aside. Now I'm in Chronopia.
So for those of you who know Patrick, you referred to is actually the CEO of Urwerk Verlag, which is a German, small-scale German role-playing publisher that has been very established in Germany too. And he's been working on very interesting products for several years now. And by the way, Patrick, if you are hearing us out there, greetings to you, and we would love to have you as a chat guest yourself at some point as well. I know you're very busy, and I'm glad you made this possible. Anyway, so back to you, Marcin. So,
About
what?
now, the Chronopia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
So
goals did you set out for the new edition? Because when Patrick told you, okay, so we're doing a new edition of Chronopia, the way I know it from the games industry is usually you get together and say, okay, so this is what we are aiming for. We want to get, basically, I don't know, maybe appeal to the first edition people who love the game. So we need to take some of these things into account. We need to change the game so that it appeals to young people because young people don't want to go through 100 books of rules anymore or something like that. So usually that's how such a process works. How did it work for you?
okay, yes. Sure. So, of course, it's everything like you said. I just, yeah. Okay. So, first of all, we wanted to gather all the funds from the previous editions to come to our new edition. It's like a fan base that always been give the heart to that game and will support us. So to do that, we basically do not want to change the lore and the story of the game. We just wanted to improve it a little bit. So the whole story was rewritten by Ilias Papadopoulos. Unfortunately, he's supposed to be with us today, but unfortunately, he had a shift at work which couldn't be put aside, and that's why I'm alone. And he could tell us more about the story, but the long story short, the story will be exactly the same, just expanded. So even the old fans, when they will read through the story, will get new things and new small tastes added to it. So, and of course, it's written like that, so the new people, when they will read the full history of the world, they can fall into and basically fall in love in that world as well. About the rules, of course, we are aiming for the newcomers. The old players, they will be there. They will be there for the new models, for new kind of games you can play. But the new players, and we thought about how to, because there are a lot of different skirmish games at the market now. So how we can bring the new players to the Chronopia. So we thought to create a 4 levels the game. And the 4 levels are hero skirmish level. When to play, you need about 3-4 models only per side. And the games played is like a story-driven RPG where you are focusing more on achieving the scenario points. Let's say, I will.
So basically, you
Open.
get like okay. You get a whole scenario that you play through. It's not just okay. Here's a battle. You basically have a whole story that's attached to the skirmish.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And if you think how to play the battle 4 models against 4 models, it would be a fast battle. So that's why it's more focused on scenarios and do goals tell us what need to be done in that scenario than killing opponents. Even in our demo rulebook, the scenarios included are putting not rewarding you for attacking opponent models, I would say. So that's the small hero level. Next one is a patrol fight level where basically you start using units. So you've got individual models, units, but very small units, like 2-3 models per unit. And you are learning about how to use the units in the game. You're still playing the smaller table size 3x3, like in the hero game. And you are discovering or learning that this unit got that skill and is better against cavalry, for example, or better against monsters than different infantry. And the next level we've got is army battle level, which is like old Chronopia when you're using 30-40 models per side. And if somebody loved the old Chronopia, I can bet that they will be playing this level. But for me, myself, when we're testing all the levels, I think everyone's got something different to the game, and you can feel the Chronopia on the basically different levels.
Do you feel like strategies change on the different level? Like you can't, like if you're learning a strategy, it might be really good for the army level, but if you go to a different level, that strategy doesn't work so well anymore. So you have to adapt really to the levels. Is that the case? Okay.
Yes, exactly. It's exactly the case, and the model, which is very good. For example, model will have a swipe attack skill. I can show it. You can even have a template to show that. So the monster, that's the troll. Yeah, will have that's the size of his swipe attack, which is fantastic when you attacking a lot of single models, a unit, for example. But if that would be a case in hero skirmish when you've got only one model, so that skill is really unimportant, So yes,
Yeah. Right.
the tactics will change over the levels. And the last level is a Grand Army level, which is for the veterans of Chronopia, or who will gather a lot of models, and they will just want to play a really huge game. So I would compare that to Warhammer Fantasy Battle, when you can put even 100 models on the side. About the rules itself, a lot of games saying
Okay,
easy to
before
learn.
hey, before you go into rules, just two quick questions. And by the
Sure.
way, I'm really inviting the audience to ask questions as well. If you ask them there, I will ask them here. So let's do that. But I would be curious about, first of all, how long does one game take? And that's probably different on the different levels. But just about, maybe you can give me an idea if I will be
Sure.
playing for 20 minutes or 3 hours or 10 hours or whatever. You know?
No, 10 hours long. But the hero skirmish level, the game itself might last about half an hour, up to an hour. Of course, it depends how good you are with the rules. If you know the rules more, the game is quicker in every game, of course. So, but basically, from half an hour up to an hour, the scenarios, the more complicated scenarios, the longer game. Patrol, from hour up to 1 hour and a half. The army battle level might take up to 3 hours. So, like a good battle. And Grand Army, basically, it depends how many models you will put, but few rules are changed, or a few rules are discarded in the levels. So you are focusing more on the game than the smaller rules that will, longer your experience on the board. So even the Grand Army level can be done in 3 hours easily. And
Okay.
except that,
So how about, yeah, go ahead.
there's another not level of the game, but another kind of play of Chronopia, which I think not many companies done that before, and I'm really proud of it that we will attach that way of playing into our rule book, which is solo play. So you will be able to play yourself against environment, and environment models will be using AI, uh, how they move, if they attack you. But the game will look more like a Diablo. So you've got one hero that crossing the world of Chronopia and fighting against the hordes of opponents, and then gather the loot, gather experience, level up, and go to another battle. So I would say it will be like an adventure RPG with Chronopia. So if, for example, your opponent call last minute, oh, I cannot come to the game, then, okay, not a problem, I will play alone.
Can you give us an example of such a scenario, like story wise, how that would look like? How would you
Yes,
basically,
it
because
will.
you probably have some kind of setting and a mission or something like that, right, for solo play, and probably
Yes,
do you have a mission like kill this evil sorcerer or something like that, or get uh, how would you define these missions when you play solo play? And by the way, I think it's
So
great if you have accomplished this, because I think a lot of people have tried doing solo play and not many have really succeeded. So that is extremely interesting, I think.
mm, so the solo play, it looks like a 5 battles. Yeah, there are 3 games, and between those 3 games, there are 2 travel missions. So you've got the one mission, then you've got a travel mission to another mission, another mission, and then travel mission to the boss fight.
Okay.
So the first mission might be like hunting. So you are in the forest because you just taking your hero without any good gear, going through the forest, try to hunt some deers. Then there's the travel mission. On the travel mission, there might be a lot of things like fight in the inn, or you might be ambushed by some scavengers, or basically some wolves might attack you over the night. So something like that. Then there's another fight mission when you can gather a lot of more treasures and points. And the last, you will fight with a monster. And for example, that role, or a demon.
Oh, nice. I like demons.
Yeah, can be your final boss to fight. So of course it will be only that 5 scenarios, and every of that scenarios will get different types. So every time you play, it will be a little bit different. That gives you a feeling of role playing, and we should see if the people will be more interested of developing that way. In the further expansions, of course, we will give another missions, or different things of leveling up your character, or because you can even buy another models to your from your one hero group. You can create a unit of models that will go and fight the hordes.
And how do you handle the AI in such a case? Because I think it's or I imagine it's not so easy to determine what the opponent does, because like the opponent might be really dumb that way, but obviously you need to optimize their moves a little so that they are a challenge for the player.
Yes, I tested it a little bit with different things, and it works quite good. Of course, it's AI, so sometimes it might do stupid things, but basically you put in the models, you roll for the move of them, so they will move in a random way. But it depends on the scenario. So if that is a scenario that there are guards over the camp, they won't move away as far, like let's say 10 inches from the tent. So if you will roll that they will have to travel half the board, no, they will just stop. So they won't go further. And when your models come closer to for encounter, like the AI models will have a range of sight. So it creates a board smaller, but it gives you a feel about that PC games where where the models have like a sight where they're moving and you can sneak around them. So he will be more or less the same, because there will be a sneak missions as well. But if they will see you, you will just make a roll on the table and see if they will just charge you, or and attack you, or whatever else they will do. So that's the AI works.
Okay, interesting. But if you're with another player, are you always playing against each other, or are there also scenarios in which 2 players can play against the AI?
Yes, of course, it's not a problem. You can play a co-op, so you can play a solo game with your friend as a cooperative. The only thing what you do is just multiply the opponents. So, for example, if the 4 wolves attack my camp over the night, and when I play with my friend, it will be 8 wolves, and then we have to deal with the 8 wolves.
Oh, nice.
And it's not everything. There's another mode, play, which gives you opportunity to play odd number of players. So let's say 3, 5, 7 players can play at the same time. It's of course not the big army game, but every player's got a model.
I seem to have some
The
trouble
mod
with the stream at the moment.
Yeah, I can see your video halted. But if you can hear me, I will be continue talking.
Okay, can you hear me again?
Yes, I can hear you.
Martin? Okay. Sorry about that. I'm in the wilds in Iceland, and so the internet connection is not always reliable. But it sounds fantastic, and I had another question for those who have never tried it out, and I think most of us have probably never tried out this game, because at least the new version is brand new, right? You just developed that.
Yes, the new version will basically come to as a Kickstarter in 3 days. We are starting our campaign. The campaign will last a month and few days, and basically we prepared some models. So for every faction of the game, 5 faction at the start, you will be able to buy an army. And of course, you might just want to jump in as a starter box with a few models and just start the adventure with Chronopia, the solo game or the hero skirmish. But if you would like models, you can buy a lot more to create an army. And of course, we will have a lot of stretch goals with another wave of models. So there's a lot to unlock, I would say. So
if I'm right, so if I understood you correctly, you actually made getting into the game really easy because you don't need a large army. You can just start with a very small unit, right? How long would it take me to learn this game? So if I wanted to play now, if I said, "Hey Martin, please teach me the rules," how long would that take?
Okay,
Until I'm playing.
I think about 20 minutes. I could easily learn you the basics. It's not complicated.
Oh wow!
But it's not like a one-page skirmish war game. Yeah, there are quite lot rules, I would say, and the basic mathematics skills is involved, like adding to 20, and you have sometimes add 2 things or 3 things together. A lot of people were asking me, "Oh, but now games using images to try make it very, very simple." I said, "Yes, but we will be learning mathematics as well. Why the other games go in that direction? We're getting back to the roots, and I think it will help to the enjoyment of playing. It can help as well learning that skills of basic mathematics. So, like 10 years old, easily can start playing.
Nice.
So yes, it's I would say to compare my say it's intermediate level of learn and hard to master. Of course, it's always hard to master every tactical game and strategy game, but it's not very easy, but it's not hard as well to learn. So 20 minutes is okay if I would be saying to you. Then we will be preparing, of course, on our YouTube channel videos how to play. So every single bit of the rules will be, with time, of course, published in our YouTube channel.
Okay, that's very convenient. You mentioned the Kickstarter. I was thinking, well, we already shared the link there. So for those of you who are interested, check that out. The Kickstarter is coming up now. Maybe we can share some pictures as well. I think we have some pictures ready. So let's share them on the screen. Let's start with the Kickstarter picture. Martin, maybe you can talk a little about the Kickstarter and what you're doing there, what you have planned, maybe some of the extras that you're doing there. Maybe just comment on that.
Yeah. I can. Hopefully, I won't say too much because there are still few things hidden under the fog of mystery, and we will reveal it when the campaign starts. But yes, there will be a few different level of pledges you can back the Kickstarter in. Of course, the entry level, which got a starter box or the full rule book. Then the levels when you can get one full army, so you will be able, to pick one of the 5 factions. And our biggest, and I think most attractive tire pledge, it's there are only 5, so it's limited to 5. And why? Because on that level, you not only will have everything, basically whatever will be on the Kickstarter, you will get it. Whatever will be unlocked over the stretch goals, you will get it. But you, your image, we will change into model. So you will become one of the models in our game, and that is not all. Not only you will be a model, but after the Kickstarter ends, after the people will get the game itself, we want to start a live campaign. So the live campaign will look like all the games made by the people will have influence on the world. The borders might change a little bit, and there will be story to tell about the heroes. And if you back with our top pledge, you will be one of that heroes. So not only your face, so your head will be put into one of our models, but you become a hero, and all the people will tell you how your hero will develop in Chronovia world. So I think it's our most attractive pledge. But of course, except the pledges, there will be add-ons, and we going with the time, I would say, and we are offering as well to the players STL files to print. Of course, not the models itself, but everything around that is over game. So, for example, the template I showed before, you can print by yourself and using the game, the card stands. Basically, if you will be playing the advanced game, you can set the weather. So you can say we will be playing in the summer. There will be a very sunny day, and that's got some modifiers over the game. So to easily show that there will be a stance you can put the cards in, and that as well can be printed. Some buildings, everything around in STL files. So that is for the people who will have a 3D printer. Of course, if you'll acquire that file and you don't have a 3D printer, there's a lot of companies who can print it for you. And we should see if Uber Verlag will be setting the printing service itself. So maybe you can buy a file and then print with us as well. Hello, I can see that the video hangs. Yeah, I can can talk a little bit more. The Troll Death Seeker. Yeah, sure. So you can show, and I can tell you what about it. So now you can see the illustration done by our lead artist in the new edition. It's a Troll Death Seeker with very gore, I would say, but the trolls are the race, or the biggest race, and the more brutal, I would say. But they could be leaders of the Black Bloods. But the problem is they are few in numbers, and only ogres. Basically, ogres take the blood throne in that empire, and holding the rules over the kingdom. But yes, the trolls itself, I think the image is just quite amazing. Hello, back again.
I think yeah, sorry about that. I'm fighting with my connection sometimes, but I'm glad you talked about the Kickstarter meanwhile and the amazing figures you have. I kind of feel like the troll captured your imagination, even as a child, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That four-armed troll. Basically, I never was the big fan of Black Blood's Empire because I played Firstborn, the human race, and always my arse been kicked by the Black Bloods. But maybe that's why after the 20 years now I put my love into Black Bloods. Now, to be honest, I love all the races, all the factions from that game.
What's actually the toughest opponent in the game? Is that, can you say that, or is that something that's hard to say because it depends on the setup?
We tried to balance them all, so it's of course one unit might be tougher against the other unit, like I mentioned at the beginning, but basically all the armies are more or less balanced, of course, because it's a skirmish war game. You never can make a 100% balance them all because then we will have a chess. But yes, they are more or less balanced. What about, I didn't mention what's new in our edition of Chronopia comparing to
Yeah,
the old
exactly.
one.
So we're done with all the pictures, right? That you brought. Did we go through them all? I think so. Okay, so let's
I haven't
talk
seen it
about
here,
what's
but I
different.
think it just went in the background. Okay, so
I think so. So what's
the
different?
differences to make game more attractable for the new players and for today's time of wargaming. We try to give as much as possibility of play as it's possible. So there are 6 main missions. So when we go into the PvP game, like army against army, we randomize a mission. It's by the mission card, but if you don't have a card, so you can just roll the die and check the result in the book. But then there's a mission, and the mission's got a major victory conditions and minor victory conditions, and it's got some victory points which it will give you at the end of the game. Then every player will draw a secret mission. So that's the mission you don't know what the opponent have to do to acquire more victory points. So there's mystery over the game. And another thing that every mission will have different deployment zone. So we are a randomized deployment zone. And from what I remember, there are 10 or 12 different cards. So every mission, every one of those 6 missions can be played on 12 deployment zones. So it creates 60, 72 different games straight away. And if you multiply by 9 with secret mission, it gives you more than 500 options to play. So every game will be different, and the deployment zones are quite different as well. For example, the middle of the battle. So if you are prepared your army for, you've got a lot of shooting units, and then you will randomize the middle of the battle. So in the middle of the battle, your bowmen are not that useful as they would stand far away from each other. So that might cross your tactics as well. So every game is different.
Okay, wow, that's it's really cool. I'm actually very excited about checking out the single play mode because I have rarely ever seen that work well, and so I'm looking at it at a critical eye, of course, but I'm also
Of
excited
course.
by it because it sounds like you really gave it a lot of thought, and that might be really cool. So can you tell us again, because it's always good to mention it several times, when does the Kickstarter start? When does it end? How quickly do we have to go there to get this game?
Okay, so the Kickstarter starts 29th of March, which is 3 days from now.
Yeah.
It will last till 1st of May, so like 32 days, something like that. And our goal is to give all the backers, the models, books, and everything in December this year. And hopefully we can give earlier, but you never know with a production, and these days there's a lot of things might happen. But that's our goal to basically over the Christmas to give the players everything they need to play our game.
So basically, you get yourself a Christmas present if you act now.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds really cool. You briefly mentioned you were not the only one working on this game. Yeah, you're the
Of
main
course
editor
not.
of this game, but you mentioned your colleague who was majorly involved in rewriting the background and the history and stuff. Can you quickly summarize which people are working on this in general and what they're doing? I mean, there are probably countless sculptors that are working on the models and stuff like that. Maybe you can give us just a very quick overview, because I think some of us who are not so familiar with the gaming industry itself don't have any clue how many people are involved in creating such a game.
Okay, so I can show you the credits in the demo book only.
Yeah.
Just to, for example, that's all the names. Yeah, to be honest, it's about 30 people, but of course, every people done something. We've got a lot of illustrators, and as well, we've got that basically really good opportunity that we can use the old illustrations as well. So we create the new ones. The new ones to fit the old ones, so the style will be similar. Unfortunately, the old artists weren't available, so we had to find a new artist that will meet the criteria. So we've got a lot of illustrators. The sculptors, basically, it was two studios that making one main studio that making our models is the Barus studio from Spain. He's making really fantastic models, as you can see that I showed that demon and the troll, and there's a quite lot. You will see all the sculpts in our Kickstarter. There are the painters, a few studios that basically paint our models. Countless beta testers. I think about 20 of them. Of course, me that I'm editing the text. Ilias making the history. There are graphic designers that put everything together. So the book will look like a book, and it's nice for the eye and everything.
Nice.
That's of course only demo rule book. So the normal book will be hardcover, A4 size or a little bit bigger. But I never counted it, so it's a hard question. But of course, yes, I think that the testers are the most important part of that kind of game. Because I've got my vision at the beginning of the project when I start creating rules changed about 360 degrees in what we get now. It's like I wanted this, but the beta tester says no, that doesn't work. Just we have to change it. That doesn't work. Okay, we changed a little bit. No, still doesn't work. Scrap it. We have to keep this one. Or it wasn't in the old Chronopia. What are you trying to put us? It was very hard to work with the testers, especially who knew the previous editions. And I tried to put something new, but yeah, we're done, and I hopefully that the product will be very good in all of the kinds of play. Solo, 4 levels of playing, basically, a lot, and there's a lot of work in front of us. It's just the beginning.
Okay, well, it sounds like you are actually beginning to go on an amazing journey, and it's as you said before, you started as a fanboy, and now you are mainly in charge of this new edition. And I think it sounds like a dream come true, but of course not just something that was given to you, something that you worked really hard for. And I can tell by what you're telling me here that you must have spent hours and hours and sleepless nights on making these rules perfect. Yeah, definitely. But it's great. It sounds really exciting. As I said, I'm very excited, especially about the solo play and the artificial intelligence. I think that's really cool putting that into the thing. It might also be a very good way for beginners to just test out their skills a little until they then move on to playing against others, because often young people don't have the confidence to say, okay, I'm going to battle against someone else or something like that. And this could, get you familiar with the game a little, make you remember the moves, the fights and stuff like that. And at some point you say, I know how to master this game. I'm going to challenge my friends now. At least that's how I imagine it. And I think that's a brilliant idea there. So we are almost out of time. I have to come to the end. I will, for one more time, I will post the link to the Kickstarter here. So I strongly suggest that you check that out there. And the more people come, the better the rewards will be, of course, because you have your stretch goals in there. And as Marcin already said, this is going to start in 3 days. You'll have it until the end of May. And things will be delivered, if everything goes well, in December. So you'll have it in time for Christmas. And what a wonderful Christmas present for every gamer, actually. Thank you very much. I'll give you the last... Yeah, I will give you the last minutes now to quickly wrap up this talk. Quickly give us, your last impressions that you want to leave us with. Tell us why people should get Chronopia and where you want to go with this, and then we'll end there. Here you go.
Yes, thank you very much for your time. I really invite everybody to check our Kickstarter. And if you are not convinced of investing more money in the game you are not familiar with, our entry level is really low, and then you can start playing, checking if you like the game, if you like the system, if you like the world, and basically dive more into Chronopia world. So so many things to say in short time. Maybe one more. Just come and visit us on Kickstarter. Basically, we will be replying to any questions over Kickstarter question and answer comment section. So if you want to know anything, just pop in there and ask the question.
All right. Thank you very much. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Thanks for joining us at GaryCon, and we'll be back with the next guest after this short break. Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Every November, around 1,500 visitors turn into true weekend heroes in the quiet town of Dreieich near Frankfurt, Germany. So, what are we doing? We are a roleplay convention with everything that comes with it. Game rounds, numerous exhibitors like publishers, traders, and illustrators, an extensive program with workshops, readings, and panels, and of course, a coffee and tea flat rate. And you will learn to appreciate the latter because we are open for 32 hours. If you want, and if you can keep your eyes open, you can immerse yourself in fantastic worlds non-stop for a whole weekend. With over 200 pre-registered game rounds, we are also the largest role-playing convention in Germany. But since we know that we can always improve, our team is constantly thinking about new things, such as our latest partnership with GaryCon in the US, or our online events on Twitch and Discord to which the entire world is invited. Curious? Then join us in November.
Waterdeep, the city of splendors, is peaceful at night. Old friends gather at the yawning portal and share stories about the threats to our city. Threats that never sleep. Waterdeep needs warriors. My name is Laeral Silverhand. I've summoned the greatest heroes in Faerun, the Warriors of Waterdeep.
Level Up Dice. We are innovators in semi-precious, aluminium, wood bone, and even heavy metals. We have so many exciting projects in the works for 2022, including new releases at GaryCon. You can also support Gary.
Welcome back, all you friends all around the world, here to GaryCon from Europe. And I have a wonderful guest beside me. He's the founder and owner of a quite small but really cool role-playing company. He's doing a one-man show with expressive output and really cool games. I'm talking to Manfred from Manifest Games. Hi, Manfred.
Hi, and welcome all you visitors on our stream. I'm glad to hear.
First of all, people watching us always want to know who is talking to them. So tell people out there a bit about yourself. How did you become a role-playing gamer?
Yeah, first of all, I'm would like to say I'm so sorry if the audio is bad or if I'm sound bad, because I'm still in COVID, and I'm German, so my English is really, really great. So be expecting a lot of fun with my bad English. I'm Manny, or Manfred. I'm the founder of Manifest Games, and I become a roleplay gamer in the age of 15, round the point. And I start role-playing game in a small community center nearby, and we play Star Wars, the old Star Wars from Western games, and it was quite fun. Only a couple weeks after we start the first round of gaming, I decide to make my own roleplay game setting, and based on the poor information of this roleplay system. And so I developed about until about 18 years, I think. I developed my first roleplay game, No Return, an endside post-apocalyptic setting, and all D6. And this game I published in December 2016 as my first game. It's this book there. And I'm really proud of it. It's like your own child, and yeah, it's quite good in the selling point. It's a big world. It's a sandbox-like world. It's a crossover of Ghost in the Shell, Mad Max, and George Orwell's 1984.
This
For
is
those
an
who know
interesting crossover. Yeah.
It's a very, very dark, depressive sci-fi post-apocalyptic crossover with a big worldwide government, the center or Zentrum, and the Centrum got all high-tech informations, all fancy stuff like full body armor and like Robocop or Iron Man, full body robotics, laser weapons, hovering vehicles or something like this. And they all live in big cities like Judge Dredd, Mega City 1, and the whole society is really, really hard structured. And this is my first game I published, and there will be an English version in the future. I'm working at the moment at the second edition of this game. The second edition is in rule perspective and on rule terms. It's more rounded. It's a lot easier. It's the edges are cutting off, and you get the whole information, the whole rule set from the last 5 years in the second edition all together in one book. And the meta plot is most in the future. It's 8 years in the future from the first edition, so it's not an recover. It's not an restart. The restart of the whole set of the whole theme. It's a ongoing process.
Okay.
And
Cool idea.
this is what we looking forward for No Return in the future. So the second edition, and then in future the second edition in English. What we now see on the third screen is what we own. I said, you guys, it will be funny.
I drop in at this point, so that we don't rush through all the themes. I think this sounds really, really cool. These No Return, and when I saw the cover of it, I was thinking Resident Evil,
Yeah.
because of this biohazard thing going on there, and it's really cool. It's a minimalistic cover, which absolutely made me curious on looking inside the book and getting to know about the world. There will be the second edition. When are you planning to bring it? This year? Next year?
The plan is to release it this year.
Okay.
To the end of last year, I quit my full-time job.
Okay.
And I decide to go the way for a full-time game developer. And
Cool.
in Germany, it's a big stack of things to do. If you like to go your own business and grow your own business, and you have to tell so many institutions about your plans, and they must decide it's okay, it's not okay, it's in Germany
your pain.
roleplay game, it's not that big like in US.
I totally know your pain, my friend. It's an absolutely pain to start a business in role playing, and I've been through this way a year ago, so I know what's coming up to you, and I wish you best of luck and hope you have a lot of coffee, maybe Irish coffee on some special days. So what I think is interesting, there are several role-playing companies who start up doing translations. They are looking for interesting systems and sets, and get the license for it, translate it, and bring this in your own country. You decided to do different. You decided to make your own, and not only one game but two. Is it important to be crazy, or does it just help a bit when you decide on doing that?
I think insanity and genius are nearby. So I'm a very creative person, a very non-basic person. So it's for me the only logic way.
Yes.
Because at one point I decide work is a big part of my life, and everything in my life should be a good time. So I decided to make this thing, this hobby, this free time to a job, a full-time job, because it's something I'm burning for, and it's really something that make me proud and happy. And
Yeah.
everything else, I got less money, I got less security, I got more risk in almost every part of my life. But roleplay games make me happy, and most important, it makes other people happy. And I got so much great feedback from players who learned her a partnership over roleplay game, uh, knew how learn
They found their partner through
yes,
through role
thank
playing
you,
games.
thank you for hooking me up.
Yes. So yeah, I also
they
know
found-
a different
yeah.
role playing game based partnerships out there, from friends to relationships.
Yeah,
There's everything you can find.
Yeah, and that's great. That's something that boosts you up in your motivation, and you will keep doing this. And so I decided to make these things, and yeah, maybe I'm crazy, but I'm happy and crazy, and that's the
Yes.
point.
I have never said that being a bit crazy is something wrong. So I'm too, because I also decided to make role-playing game a full-time job. So I'm the same kind of crazy like you are. Maybe this is why I like you. Let's talk about your new game, FUK, which is short for the German words for free, universal, and card-based. Card
Yes.
is written with a K in German. So we decided not to speak it out the way it's meant to be spoken out. We say FUK. What is it we have there? Just in 2 to 3 sentences. Short.
It's a universal role play system.
Yeah.
So it's card based, and you can play with this really short roleplay system any kind of roleplay game. You see on the third window the PDF, the ebook document, the German,
The cover of it.
the cover of it, and the scroll bar about the sites. There's only 60 sites, and in real it looks like this.
By
small
chance, I also have one here.
Yay!
Yeah.
And it's a small hardcover book, and you get really fast drive to the rules and can play with your friends. It's easy for newbies. It's really good for a short round of something you like. It's almost everything is possible in this system, and that's why we create this small universal system.
Let's do some game we did as we waited for our slot about the cover. That was really fun. The cover stands as an example for it, that you can play everything with this role-playing game, and there are tons of Easter eggs throughout the book and in the cover. So you guys and girls out there, just have a look at this wonderful girl strolling along with a small section of the weapons she owns, and write down in the chat which Easter eggs you find. And there are a lot. Really a lot Easter eggs in the cover. Which IPs and franchise? Yeah. Dead Operator started off with Tank Girl.
Yeah. Tank Girl is the inspiration. Tank Girl and Gwen Stefani. The girl also called Jamie, like the artist of Tank Girl. And she drive all the stories, all the rules, explain them in the whole book.
Yeah.
And the Easter eggs, how many? He-Man.
He-Man is also in the chat. We have the sword. And and there's Jason's mask on the knee. But this is not by far not everything you can find on this cover. Go on, people out there. Are you nerds or what? Just write down what else do you see on this cover. Iron Man, right on the chest of the girl. You have Iron Man. You have Elderon, the holy hand grenade of Antioch on the trouser of the girl. What else? I see many more things going on there. Star Trek, right? There is the Star Trek badge. You are totally right. Should we go on to fasten this up a bit? If you look at the trouser, you see the belt. This is a Deadpool. Watchman, there you are. On the elbow. On the elbow, you see the Watchman smiley. On the trouser also, you see a Pokeball. You have the chainsaw from Army of Darkness. On the chainsaw, you have Crush Your Enemies, which is belonging to Conan the Barbarian. On the chest, on the other side, where there is not the Star Trek emblem, but the other thing is...
That's heavy.
Yeah, but you told me.
Yeah, it's very small. It's a small star. And it's not so famous, but maybe you know about this. It's an old TV show. It's called Saber Rider and the Star Sheriffs.
Yes.
Hands up for all people who know that show. It's like one of my favorite childhood shows. Childhood, it's okay. It's great. And we got a lot of more Easter eggs, not only in this cover picture. Maybe you find it in the future, but also in reference in the whole book.
Yeah, you have the laser sword on one leg. You have the lead speak on the other leg. You have a pink fluffy unicorn running on rainbows. And you have the gun, which is of... You told me, I already forgot.
You're welcome.
The gun was of Alien.
Alien.
The Alien assault rifle. And
So,
the peace symbol on the bomb, where is Born to Kill written underneath. That is from Apocalypse Now, right?
No, it's Full Metal Jacket.
Full Metal Jacket. Oh my gosh. Full Metal Jacket. The other movie.
At this point, thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching. I'm out now. I'm going to the darkness of shame.
The Pulse Rifle.
The Pulse Rifle?
Every franchise, and more. Wait for the inside.
Yeah.
But it's it only to show you that you can play what you like. And we all like nerd stuff. Because if we don't like, we don't be here in this point. So
okay, let's go on and have a look
nerd stuff
inside the book.
So I scaled down.
Yeah, look at the arm.
So-
There's the next Easter egg.
Yeah.
But we won't tell everyone every Easter egg. So
Yes. So that's Jamie. Hello, I'm Jamie. And we get through the points of what we need to play a roleplay game. You need some people, you need some dice, pen and cards in this point.
Mhm.
The cards are shown here on the button.
I have
and
some here.
Here. Oh, nice. Nice.
I have a whole lot of cards here for this game.
Yes, correct. D6. Only D6 because in German, if you get more sides than 6-side dice, everybody gets crazy. They don't think it's possible to get more than 6 dice unless you are
Oh, come on.
demon.
It's not so
sorcerer.
bad nowadays.
It's getting better. It's getting better.
I've seen my neighbor yesterday just came down from the tree. So it's okay. We know even more than 6-sided dice in Germany.
Yeah. The most board-based games in German got 6-sided dice. So
Right.
and normally everybody get a handful of 6-sided dice together, and so I decided we use the 6-sided dice for this game. The cards instead is another way.
Different. Yeah.
Different way. Different way we go with the character sheet.
This is the character sheet.
Yeah,
And this is great because you have in your pocket you have a D6, and in another pocket you have this card, and you are ready to play.
Closed. you need 13 of these cards. One for this side you see on the screen.
Yes.
And 12 for the other side.
I have it. Let's go.
And on the front side, on the 13th side, there will be all your stats, all your attributes your character will get. You get strength, agility, constitution, charisma, skill. Skill? Why is there skill in this list? No.
I don't know. It's your game.
Yeah.
You're talking about your main attributes. The intelligence,
dexterity.
willpower.
Dexterity was translated to skill. It's dexterity. Perception, intelligence, and willpower. Mm-hmm. So you got 8 attributes, 8 skills, and you get on the other side 12 feats or also skills. And you decide how these skills are called. So, for example, you build your character and you say, okay, my character get one skill that called golf in the snow. Because
Seems
he
legit.
like skiing and he likes to play golf, and in the best way he likes at the same time. So he gets a skill called golf in the snow.
Hippopotamus extreme golfer. Yeah. We've got the next setting.
Yeah. And
from space.
In on this point, you say this skill gets a bonus to one of your attributes.
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance, golfing in snow is, on my opinion, something agility or maybe some constitutional, because it's very cold outside and you got a lot of endurance to do this. Both. And so you write down one part in the upper right corner for your attribute. So in character building, there's one really important fact. Every of your 12 skill cards give 1 point bonus to the chosen attribute. So every attribute started with 1, and for every skill you put on one attribute, it raised by 1 point to a maximum of 5.
I understand.
So
that's easy.
If you got a lot of skills that would based on strength or on dexterity, these attributes are really high, and all other attributes are basic or even not so high.
This is interesting because most system I know go the different way. They say you need a special attribute to have a skill, and this is the other way around. It doesn't sanction you in any way because you can just choose your skills you want to have, and the attribute is raised by the skills you use. This is interesting.
Yeah. It's the base of these thoughts is you build a character about the background, about this story of life. So if you get a fantasy setting and you get a really strong person in sword fighting, so you say, okay, my character is a warrior, is a really big sword fighting machine, and on the other hand, you don't answer the question why. Why the hell is he so good in sword fighting? With this system, you said, okay, skill is sword fighting, or skill is decapitation of goblins who's on a hill. So
okay, this is very specific.
Yeah, and this is another point. I'll catch up later. But you say, that's my skill, and you say why, from which point I get the skill. And this is what you write down in the part below. There you can say, okay, I got sword fighting, decapitation of goblins, because my character trained it all day, all childhood, all grown up, every freaking day he trained sword fighting.
Poor goblins. He certainly needed a lot of goblins
to train.
Yeah.
But the good one
This is a
watermelons look like, if you got no glasses, watermelons look like goblins. So maybe he trained with watermelons. And that's because of the specification of decapitated goblins. Because watermelons fell off and... Okay, too much of this. So you get the point. You get a skill.
What a tough situation when he recognizes that all he did was not saving his township from goblins, but being the worst friend of his neighbor, a melon farmer. Yeah. Sorry.
Poor melon farmer.
Yeah, really poor. Sorry. Yeah. As soon as I hear something like that, my head goes crazy. Sorry.
It's okay. Head go crazy, and this system is really good. On this point, you get the background. Why do I have the skill? And you get the attribute point cost to the skill. So somebody who trains every day, it's possible, it's logical that the person gets better in this attribute. Later in the game, you got a lot of skills, you got all your attributes, you can play the game. You decided to do something that requires a skill check. So, situation, go and snow. You come in a fight and you got nothing on hand but a stick. So,
Okay.
and you got nothing, no combat skills or anything like this. But you got your golf in snow skill.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're a creative person, you can say, okay, I got no combat skills, but I use this skill because I use the stick like a golf stick and raise it above my head. And because it's cold outside and the target is on the ground, or I stand very high on a box, I can use this swing. And the game master said, okay, that's some kind of close to what you're talking about your skill is. So you get 2 bonus d6.
Mm-hmm.
And the more you're close to the description of your skill, the more bonus dice you get. So if you do exactly golfing in snow, that's exact the purpose of your skill, you get 5 bonus d6. You got your attributes 2 times, then you get your bonus skill, and that's your skill check. If you got no skill at all, that's close to the task you are planning to do, you got no bonus dice.
Mm-hmm.
And that's also the point of being special, exact in description of your skill. Sword fighting, for example, is very often. It's very
broad. Yeah.
broad, yeah. And you can say, okay, I attack, I parry the attack, or I do crazy stuff with my sword, yeah, like put it in my throat and go to the circus. You can all do this with swordsmanship, or sword fighting, or swords crafting, or just swords. But you only get 2 or 3 dice out of this because it's a very, very wide range of things you can do with this
I understand.
description. But if you come back to the old melon farmer who terrorized all the years that he's been your neighbor, and attack a goblin with the skill decapitation of goblins with your sword, it's very specific. And
It
you
is.
get almost 4 or 5 dice decide on your explanation about what you're doing or what you're trying to do. So you got
But you get a
very
penalty
nice-
when there is a melon nearby because you can't decide.
That's another point. That's roleplay. That's a roleplay point. But that's the choose you need to make.
Yeah.
Get I really specific on one point, on one term, or do I choose the wide range effect and be an all-rounder and jack of all trades?
Mm-hmm.
And on this, with this mindset, with this rule set, you can play everything. We got a small example setting in this book.
Oh, I love it.
And here's
I love
another Easter
this
egg.
setting. Yeah.
Target zones.
This is also an Easter egg.
In German, there's on the sign
Not my fault.
bonus defense if you get a shield. So
Okay.
it's
A shield. Yeah.
a shield.
I understand. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So
Just to show you people, would you go to page 41 for me?
41. Yes.
It's I have a different 41. That's funny. Then 43. There we are. if you see this page, you could think, well, this is a medieval setting. Let's play medieval settings with it. And then go to page 51, please. Nah, not so much medieval. And this is cool. This is an example for a universal role-playing system. And yeah, there is minimum one Easter egg on this page. Minimum.
So, and we get the.
I hope you have a really good lawyer.
What? I checked all of these things.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You talked to Matt Groening.
I'm sorry, COVID. We get, for example,
the example setting.
The example setting is Unicorn Police Department. So you can play like Brooklyn Nine-Nine unicorns. Detective unicorns in a fancy unicorn rainbow world where you decide which way the law goes. And you can play as many unicorn officers you like.
The first one is a really tough guy.
Yeah.
Captain Santiago with his scars. Yeah.
Got also a skill called horsepower.
Horsepower.
Because he's a giant working horse and got a lot of muscles and mass. And this point gets a bonus for strength.
Mm-hmm.
And you may think, yeah, it's a horse. It's a horse with a horn. But how can unicorns use utility tools in a society that will work?
Magic.
Every unicorn is magical. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
And they got translucent hands to use something, telekinetic hands to use smaller devices like pencils or things. Something.
I think it would be really funny if this isn't any magic, but the arms are just translucent. So,
whoa,
yeah,
yeah. No, that's too crazy. That's too crazy.
Edoron said this should be called the CFPD, the Central Fairyland Police Department.
That's nice, true. That's nice too. That will show you just the possibilities. If you can play a Unicorn Police Department with a roleplay system, you can play everything with this. And
if you're on the stream and still awake, then write down in the chat example settings you would think to play, but never found any system you can play it with. You have all the possibilities in the world. You can do whatever you like. Just write it down. We have unicorns, a police department. We already had.
Yes, and not this setting. Great. Thank you.
This is and we had these hippopotamus golfer from outer space in snow.
Yeah.
Maybe you have ideas what to play with it. I would like to hear from it, all you guys and girls out there. Okay, didn't want to stop you. Just keep on talking.
No problem.
They are thinking right now. They are in unicorn land and thinking about what they can do.
So, to give you some support in setting choose, there will be another setting we will publish in the future, the Time Agency. So it's a setting where the time agents travel through time to resolve some problems in time, and every time agent is one of the multiverse, one really free created creature or personality, and there are some artifacts. Sorry, some
Everything's okay.
artifacts. They will appear in the world and will force time to crush if no one intervenes. And the time agency is for the stability of the time. So it's a more sci-fi, fantasy, detective, or spy game, or with a lot of riddles and something like this. And
Will
we play
there be an ancient Nordic god as a crocodile?
if you like.
Didn't you? I was on Crocodile Loki, so
Oh my gosh. Yeah. If you
Yeah.
like, if maybe it's also possible. It's the series. Okay, no, there may be spoilers if you don't see the series Loki yet, but
Okay,
there may
now
be
you are informed. Now
some
there is a spoiler. Just tell it.
there may be some equalities in this setting and possibilities in the FUK time agency setting, and also some inspiration from the old TV show Warehouse 13. I like this show so much, and
I
the
do.
artifacts, the actors, wonderful. If you don't see this show, look this show, Warehouse 13. It's great. Anyway, the time agency, one setting for FUK, for the universal system, will come out. The whole setting, the whole rule book will be published as an ebook on Drive-Thru RPG in the future in English. On this point, you get it in
cool.
German on this side, if you like. The German version is for free or for pay what you want. The English version will be $3 or something like this. And I do my very best to finish this year, but I'm over the top full of work and have a lot of projects to do, and I don't know where I start the first or where I go on with the work. But this is in fact a very high priority system for myself, a high priority project for myself, because I like the system itself. I like the possibilities with the system, and the feedback of the style of the again, possibilities are great.
What I said beforehand, that this book invites you to you certainly can do a grounded medieval low fantasy setting with this. You can do. But if you just look, I just go through it. If you just look the colors and the style, this is like a role playing game in a sweets store. You just get everything you want, everything you can have. So why stop at ordinary medieval low fantasy setting where you play a farmer going on an adventure when you can play everything you like. This is, I know that for some people this is advantage and flaw on the same side, because when you can have everything, you have to decide.
Yeah,
I think this is a problem for some people.
that's the point on the other system of no return. There's so many options, so many ways you can play the game. You don't get the classic. In German, it's der rote Faden. It's English
Yeah.
also the red
Red
string.
herring. Red herring is the absolute opposite of what you mean.
Yeah, yeah.
The leading stream. I don't know the exact phrase in English. Yeah.
That's the missing of this is for some player too much to choose from, and
Yeah.
that can be overwhelming. If you get too much options, too much freedom in your choice, there may be some moments you are paralyzed with the opportunity to do everything you like. But for this point, you get in the opposite. You get the freedom to take it not so serious, and so if you like to play, no, for instance, Unicorn Police Department, do it. If you don't like it, play the other day another game. It's very fast. It's creative. It's often it's open. You can do every day another setting, until you find your setting, and you can do whatever you like. So
I'm afraid I can't. I don't have enough time to do all the settings I would like to.
that's another point.
Yeah. There is Shiraki in the stream who is an illustrator. He said, if you are short-handed of Illustrator, just give her a call.
Yeah, I know.
Shit.
For the second edition of No Return, or for an monster book for FUK, we talked already, and
You did.
I got some illustrations from her. So
This is cool. She's
He
done
knows
our
me,
logo.
yeah.
She's done our
I know
logo.
you.
So this is from her.
The world is so small.
It is, and this is what we see this weekend on GaryCon, because all people from all over the world are part of our role-playing community. Is there something you want to tell the people out there? Something you want them to know about you, your game, what's coming up, and what they can expect from Manifest Games, as you will be the next big thing on the role-playing market, and everyone
Yeah.
around the world
Yeah.
will come to me and say, you've talked to this money?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. I'm also called the German Russell Crowe because of the beer. No, just kidding. Yes.
This is where I got to know you. Russell Crowe.
We got
You're just
the
like
same haircut.
you're like Geminis, twins. Yes.
Okay. What you need to know. I'm going to try to make new German created roleplay games. I'm focused on creating new roleplay games, not of translating existing roleplay games and sell them.
Mhm.
So my process, my focus of being a roleplay publisher is in get the idea, bring the idea to the table, make a good system, make a fun and interesting world, and presented in a good cage of illustrations, of layout, of book or ebook system, and give it to the people. That's the point for me, to entertain, to give some creativity, some ideas out for you to play with. And the feedback, the positive feedback, the constructive feedback is, it's great, and it's it's good for me. So it's
Of course.
it's like that's the point. If I get to hear 5 people play this game and have a good time, that's 5 people I make happy with my work, and that's that's a good feeling.
I think that's
great.
the energy for everyone working in the business. The energy that keeps us running. That we know that there are you outside that are watching us right now, having a good time with things like FUK or No Return, and getting to escape the world outside there for a few hours and enjoy being a unicorn or
Maybe.
whatever.
What you like.
If you want to be a unicorn, just be one.
Yeah. You can be everything you like. Be a cloud.
Clown.
A cloud.
A cloud.
There's some memes. My parents told me I can be whatever I like when I'm grown up. And then there is a picture of the Michelin human with the big tires, and so I decided to become a cloud. It's okay. Everybody can be what she like to be. And for me, I got this game. I got here it is, FUK, this Universal game, and there will be more. I'm planning to build a dark fantasy setting, a dark fantasy roleplay game on the rulebook based of No Return. And I'm planning to publish a science fiction adventure roleplay game also based on the same rule set from No Return, from the 2nd edition.
If you ever need a streamer you want to have a let's play with, just where you can reach me. I will totally love to do a Unicorn Cop let's play.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Everybody hears this, and we will.
Cool. We'll find a date.
So,
I'm really eager to get to know your future and to see what you will do in future times. I think it's good for the role-playing scene that there is a guy like you doing new stuff, because role-playing games about creativity, as you said before, and there are too many companies just reproducing and not being creative, giving new impulses. And I really, really like this. I will go through this book, and I will see if I get to know every Easter egg that is inside this book. I surely will not get everything of it, but I hope I get a lot. Maybe I take our community just to get help with it. So
that's a good point. You stream, your community, I stream too. Visit us on Twitch.
Yes,
visit
you have a
Lurch
Twitch
and
channel.
Llama, and visit also MFG_bandit, bandit with 4 as an A and 1 instead
should-
of an I.
Totally change that name because it took you too long to tell the people where to go. Maybe you change it to Moneyfest.
I changed it from Manifest to Bandit because
Okay.
I go also for game streaming and some
Okay.
roleplay actual plays, and
Okay.
so there are two points to get me. But on
I
Lurch and
get
Llama,
2 points if I get you. Cool.
uh,
Sorry. Sorry.
it's a matter of time to get to my bad English. It's no problem. It's no problem. I'm fine.
This
I'm
is,
fine.
this is so funny. That
We'll try in the
hurts
future.
inside here. Great. Thank you so much, Manny, for being our guest, for showing
you.
what role-playing companies are able to do. And you are a perfect example of people who just say, well, what the FUK, I'm just starting my own company and doing the stuff I totally love to help people to have a good time. This is wonderful, and you couldn't do it any better.
Thank you. Thank you for carrying me through this interview and through this time. Thank you all outside who stay awake and watch this poor German game developer to be the best possible for you. And I hope you have a good time. And I hope you all stay well and be healthy.
And that's it. We are through for an hour. For all you guys and girls and in-betweens out there, coming up next, there will be Ras talking to System Matters about what they do, about all their games, about their approach to role-playing. System Matters also a quite small company in Europe doing a lot of games. But really cool, guys. Just keep on watching this stream and you will see them. I'm out for today, so free time. And I will be back here tomorrow at 12 o'clock. So have a nice day with the streams coming up. Manfred, thank you for being our guest. And stay tuned. We will see us soon again. Off to the Technic God.
Every November, around 1,500 visitors turn into true weekend heroes in the quiet town of Dreieich near Frankfurt, Germany. So, what are we doing? We are a roleplay convention with everything that comes with it. Game rounds, numerous exhibitors like publishers, traders, and illustrators, an extensive program with workshops, readings, and panels, and of course, a coffee and tea flat rate. And you will learn to appreciate the latter because we are open for 32 hours. If you want, and if you can keep your eyes open, you can immerse yourself in fantastic worlds non-stop for a whole weekend. With over 200 pre-registered. Every November, around 1,500 visitors turn into true weekend heroes in the quiet town of Dreieich near Frankfurt, Germany. So, what are we doing? Every November, around 1,500 visitors turn into true weekend heroes in the quiet town of Dreieich near Frankfurt, Germany. So, what are we? Every November, around 1,500 visitors turn into true weekend heroes in the quiet town of Dreieich near Frankfurt, Germany. So, what are we doing? We are a roleplay convention with everything that comes with it. Game rounds, numerous exhibitors like publishers, traders, and illustrators, an extensive program with workshops, readings, and panels, and of course, a coffee and tea flat rate. And you will learn to appreciate the latter because we are open for 32 hours. If you want, and if you can keep your eyes open, you can immerse yourself in fantastic worlds non-stop for a whole weekend. With over 200 pre-registered game rounds, we are also the largest role-playing convention in Germany. But since we know that we can always improve, our team is constantly thinking about new things, such as our latest partnership with GaryCon in the US, or our online events on Twitch and Discord to which the entire world is invited. Curious? Then join us in November.
Hello and welcome back. This time I have two guests that are working for System Matters, and I'm sure that our American audience has never heard of System Matters, but we are here to change that. Hello, Moritz. Hello, Dennis. First of all, can you say a few words about yourselves?
You first.
Me first. Well, good morning. I'm Dennis. I'm mostly working on translations for Dungeon Crawl Classics for System Matters and some other smaller things.
Okay. I'm Moritz. English would be Morris. And, well, I'm doing old schooly stuff over here in Germany. And for System Matters, I've translated and written and corrected some, millions of books.
All right. And we will probably explore your work a little more. We have an hour together, so we'll find out what you guys do. But first, let's talk about System Matters, because System Matters is a relatively small publisher, but it's been a very iconic publisher in the German role-playing scene. And I already said that before. There are a lot of products coming out of System Matters, and for some reason, a small publisher like System Matters is able to keep going at full steam. And that is very surprising for some people, because a lot of small publishers at some point run out of steam and are getting into trouble. Maybe you can tell us a little more about who's behind System Matters and what is really the secret to the success of System Matters.
I don't know if we're allowed to tell, but in fact, System Matters is just two guys. They started out as a podcast talking about role-playing games. In this podcast, they said most of the time that system didn't matter, but the podcast was called System Matters, so it seems that system has to matter for them. One day, I don't know how many years ago, I would guess 2011, 12, they started publishing Beyond the Wall. That's an old school system which is quite D&D, so it's kind of a retro clone of classic D&D with a few modern parts inserted. Beyond the Wall started out as small booklets, and later on, when they had a few more bucks, they produced nice hardcover books. That's the follow-up book. And, that started their career as publishers. Dennis?
Yes, I do think I do believe there were some smaller projects after Beyond the Wall was relatively successful, I think. And they did. I do think it was Dungeon World, which was the next bigger project. I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
They did some sort of crowdfunding, some sort of pre-order system to finance all that stuff. I do have the Dungeon World here. You'll hear that a lot.
I can show the limited version.
Even the regular version is really big.
They gave it to me, and I still have no idea whether I have paid for it or if they just gave it to me as a present. But thank you nonetheless. And I think this is such a cool thing. With a lot
Hold still.
With a lot of new illustrations. high quality thing, nice folder. And I think this was the first bigger project they managed.
Yes.
Okay, so we immediately have a question from the chat here.
Yes.
Are there English versions?
There is, of course, an English version of both games, but to be honest, they are not as beautiful as the German versions are.
Well,
I'm sorry.
but you could say that System Matters versions of the German versions are usually not simply translation, but they usually get a new layout, they get new material, they get new artwork, and also they really like hardcovers. So I do think people really respond well to that, and it really helps sell new stuff, because I do think people like to collect System Matter stuff. They do.
Probably. So, a quick question about the two of you. So, you started talking about the first product, which was Beyond the Wall.
Mhm.
Were you involved in that already at the time, or was that before your time?
Not me. I think Moritz was somehow
was.
involved.
Of course, that was the time between 2008 2013 where my name was in every German role-playing book that was published.
He's not joking.
Yeah, that's no joke. For Beyond the Wall, I did some proofreading and some correction stuff. But here in Germany, some people know that I love old school stuff, especially when it comes to D&D kind of old school stuff. So I'm often asked whether I can help out, have a look at the wording, at the translation. So yeah, and I think I didn't even get money for this proofreading job. I just did it because I wanted to help this new publisher out, and well, it was a good start.
All right. So
usually we get paid. So
Yeah.
sorry.
Right. But so you essentially help them get started with this, right?
Of course.
that's really nice. Quite cool. So right. How successful was Beyond the Wall? What would you say?
We usually, first of all, in Germany, nobody talks about numbers, and as we're not from System Matters, we really don't know. But it was quite successful over here in Germany. When you have a new system which sells between 500 and 1,000 copies, it's already a huge success. So I guess Beyond the Wall was very successful, judging by those numbers.
Yes, it also, they're working on a new layout for a new edition. I do think they wouldn't do it if nobody bought them, because they usually sell out of them quite fast.
All right. So when Beyond the Wall became a success, was that like a key milestone for System Matters? Is that when they said, "Wow, we know how to do games. Let's do more games," or how did that happen?
Yeah. If it would have been a flop, they wouldn't have continued, because it was just a small side project. It was just a try if they could do it, and Beyond the Wall worked well. Dungeon World worked even better at the time, and maybe that was the point when they asked a certain Joseph Goodman if they could do his system, and then of course they got the license to do DCC Dungeon Crawl Classics role-playing game, because I don't think he would have given the German license to any publisher.
It wasn't easy. He really was a bit hesitant. He really wanted to do that. Just look at the layout. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of pages. And finally he did. I do think after Dungeon World was a success, and also it really is a beautiful book. I wasn't involved in that. It's still beautiful. And that helped a lot.
Okay, it's very cool. You're very fast. You're rushing around. Let me stop you there again. Dungeon World. For those of us who don't know Dungeon World so well, can you quickly define what is so unique about Dungeon World? What's Dungeon World's approach to gaming, basically? And then we jump back into the into the Dungeon Crawl Classics.
Okay. Dungeon World is an attempt to get an easy to play version of the feeling of early Dungeons and Dragons. We're using a narrative role-playing system. In this case, powered by the Apocalypse World. And it was, I do think it really was the first PBTA game to appear in German.
Yeah.
And I do think the market was really ready for it because people really, really, really liked it. And I do think it opened a lot of doors for other more narrative systems because it took people with stuff they know, traditional fantasy, and just got some completely new and easy rules to do what they actually really wanted. Yes,
Old guys like myself don't think it's easy to play, but maybe if you start playing role-playing games, it's a good start.
It is. It is. I can say that, yes, it is.
All right. Thanks. I just need to make that clear because I think some of these products are not known to all the people, and we're about to change that now. So, Dungeon Crawl Classics. I can imagine that it wasn't easy to get the license for that. I have no idea how System Matters managed, but you said probably the success of Dungeon World had something to do with that. It was probably a good argument for that. There it is. Perfect. Oh, wow. Is that a... Yeah, that looks very different.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks. Does not look like the version I have. I have the English version.
It is the English version, English version.
Okay.
It is.
That's the normal German version.
Okay.
Deutsche Ausgabe. And of course, they even had the money and the balls to produce a limited edition in a folder. Looks a bit like the first edition, limited edition of the American version. Nice little tome.
Okay, nice.
It's bound in cloth, yes. There are so many DCC versions around the world, so it is easy to get a bit confused about different languages, different national or language versions.
Yeah. Quick question from the chat again. I do need to pay attention to that at some point. At some point, and this is an invitation to all of you out there. If you have questions for Dennis and Moritz, please feel free to share them. Here's a question. Was it popular among mostly people who were already playing 5th edition or Osric? And I think this is referring to Dungeon World.
Yeah. Of course, it came out before 5e, so there was no connection. It was during the 4e period, so I don't think there was a big connection. And Osric and AD&D 1 are no thing over here in Germany. I think in the year 2010, maybe myself and 4 other persons knew of Osric. So it's not a thing over here. The only retro clone that was known here was Labyrinth Lord. And so no, there was no connection at all. And I think that the Dungeon World, that people who played Dungeon World were mostly story gamers who wanted to see if this dungeon crawl thing was cool as well.
Right. So let's jump back to the Dungeon Crawl Classics. It really looks like you did an amazing job translating that book and publishing it in German. But Dungeon Crawl Classic has a bunch of books out there. Did you translate them all?
No.
No.
Not yet.
But we wanted to do a small quiz because either Dennis or I have worked on all of these products, and I'm old and I forget things. So I'm going to show the German version, and we're going to see if Dennis knows the original title. We're going to start with the...
Also,
Yeah.
whether I can pronounce it.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
So
Okay.
we're going to start with the classic Segler auf sternenloser See.
It's a
That's
sailor
easy.
on the starless sea, of course. But everybody
That's
knows
easy.
that. Everybody knows that.
Okay.
If you don't, you should know.
Bis die Zeit gefriert.
Frozen in time.
Okay. That's a nice one. Aufstieg des Chaos.
Oh god.
Yeah.
I say.
Wait,
Chaos. Help me. Okay.
I don't know. It's not in there.
Chaos Rising. It's Chaos Rising. But
Okay.
it's a collection of earlier stuff. Yes.
Ah,
Chaos
that will make
Rising.
sense. Schatten der Schnabelmenschen.
Shadow of the Big Man.
Big Man. Schnabelmenschen is way cooler than Big Man.
Schnabelmenschen is
Okay.
really cool. You should write Harley about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Rest, you said that maybe nobody in the US knows System Matters, but Harley Stroh, of course, knows them. He is quite interested on what they are doing and following on Twitter. So, hi Harley, great job. Der Fluch der Barbarenkönige.
This is a Doom of the Savage Kings.
That's okay. This one is a
There
bit
are other Savage Kings adventures, so I had to be precise.
That's a bit lame in German. Schwerter gegen den Tod.
Thoughts against death. Yes.
Okay.
It's really literal.
Der Betrachter aus der Tiefe.
The Watcher from Below.
And don't worry, we can't do that for hours. It's going to be over soon.
We do, yes.
Der Smaragd-Zauberer.
It's the Emerald Sorcerer.
Oh, nice translation.
I didn't do it. So you know.
Mondsklaven des Kannibalenreichs.
Moonslice of the Cannibal Kingdom.
Okay, works. I guess the next one is not too hard. Der 13. Schädel.
The 13th Skull.
And there's a very nice limited American edition of the 13th Skull, which looks great, but it's somewhere over there. So
There's lots of different covers.
yeah,
Goodman really likes to make this stuff collectible.
yeah, even more so than System Matters.
It also works. I can really
No,
I can
the
say.
last one. Unter dem Messingbrunnen.
So what's the problem? Under the well of brass.
Okay.
Below the well of brass. Below,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay. Now maybe I've got two more of these smaller thingies.
Mhm.
Die Rückkehr des alten Gottes.
Return
It's,
of the Old Gods. Yeah,
it's
the Old
hard.
Gods Return. It's a song by Blue Oyster Cult, actually.
Oh no. Okay. Die Gruben des Gewürms.
The Well of the
You might even
Worm.
have translated it. Sorry?
I did.
You did? Okay. So
I
what,
did, yes.
what was it?
It's a Well of the Worm.
Okay. Now maybe those are the adventures. They are just translations, nothing more, nothing less. But System Matters does cool things as well. And we've got, for example, one folder with a small booklet with charts and stuff.
Move
in
a
it.
little slower. I think let's see the
Wait,
focus stabilize. So that's a blur. This is
Oh,
nice.
sorry.
This is stickers.
Yeah, and
Could put-
there's achievement stickers if you
Run.
DM a game, if you run a game, if you play in a game, if you survive one of these adventure modules, then you can put the sticker on here and everybody knows what a great person you are.
Yes.
And of course, that's another folder with more charts, more stuff. It doesn't even have to, you see,
Mm.
cool stuff.
Well, DCC has lots of charts and
Yeah,
they're all awesome, of course.
of course. There's
I
not
do
one
think I do
single
like
entry-
charts, and
There's not one single entry which isn't awesome in all these charts.
I do
And-
think System Matters did marketing for the crowdfunding for pre-order system, and said the only rules who can really hurt a person. So yeah, which is kind of true. Yes.
Then there's
So
another. Yeah, sorry.
So how is this game selling in Germany? Is it well received? Because there are a lot of old time gamers who love the traditional gaming, and I know that in the German market there are a lot of people who are not so quick to just embrace English products. So I can imagine that could be quite successful, but I have no idea. That's why I'm asking you.
Do you want? Well, I can do it.
I can tell you what I think. Then you can add or say that it's
What I
other
think.
people.
Do it.
I think there's not a big old school scene in Germany, so it's quite of a difficult task to have this product on the market and sell so many different adventures, so many different modules. But System Matters did such a great job that they managed to do this. And I think it's more difficult than you think, because I spent a lot of time on American old school Belton boards, and something like this doesn't exist over here at all. We've got a lot of people playing Das Schwarze Auge, the Dark Eye, and we've got a lot of storytellers. We've got, during the 2010s, 12s, 13s, 14s, we had a lot of persons playing Dungeons and Dragons still 3.5, but there's not a huge old school scene over here.
Okay, so basically you need to build up the scene for this and build up the market for this, and that is quite tricky. Okay.
So what do you
Dennis,
think?
do you agree with that?
I agree. Plus, I do think the guys at System Matters, I hope they're not listening. They're really good. They're really good in marketing stuff to people who really didn't know they needed stuff like DCC in their lives. They're really great in that, and I admire that how Daniel and Patrick are doing that. So because they're always, almost always, are using their podcast to promote rule systems, to explain how they work in short segments, which is actually really clever. I think it wasn't my idea, so I can say it. And so when the book is finally ready to release, the fans have quite a grasp on how it works, and also it's good marketing because their podcast is, I do think, it is quite popular. I think even long before they started publishing, so that really helps. DCC, I do think it was met with a bit of skepticism when it first announced, because it also looks different than 4th edition, 5th edition, or the Dark Eye or Shadowrun or something like that. The artwork was really, really something new for people, and it did not only help. I think now it's really good because you can spot a DCC module a mile away, especially when it's yellow or some very strange color. It's unusual, but people really had to get used to, especially Doc Cavach's art style. Took some getting used to for people. It really did.
Yeah, maybe I can ask. Over here, we don't have this appreciation for that art. It's kind of Errol Otis style, and in Germany, Dungeons and Dragons started in 1983 with Mensa Basic. So for us, old school is Elmore Dragons, and we've never had these Errol Otis things over here. And it's new. In the US, maybe you might think it's a success. It's going to be a big success. Over here, it was quite risky to publish this.
Also, it is a big book, and it's not cheap to produce, and it's also you have to pay quite a bit for it. It's more expensive than a D&D player's handbook, for example. So people really had to get used to it, and I do think it's really a good, big success for System Matters. When it released, I think it was released in 2019. I think the end of 2019. I'm not really sure. I do think so, but it's still selling. We are still producing lots of stuff for it, and it also has quite a big fan community. I think. Yeah. So I do think it worked out.
So confirmation, yes, 2019. And also as a comment here, we also made Peril on the Purple Planet as Panik auf dem Purpurplaneten. You forgot about that module. Just the correction here from the chat, which I think is kind of funny, but yeah.
I have it here.
Okay.
Okay. Is this the original? It's a German one, right? I have the original here. It's a really, really weird box set. But this is the original, and the German, as it does look a bit different. It's a bit fatter, as you can see, a lot. So it's another example of System Matters just doing a little more, adding a bit more stuff.
Maybe we might know what they produced as well, because
who wrote that?
I'm going to tell you. Maybe people should know that Panik auf dem Purpurplaneten is kind of a hex crawl game, and in Germany, since the ascension of Das Schwarze Auge, we are not playing hex crawl campaigns, so really nobody knows what the heck is that, how can I play that, what's good about it, what's cool about it, how must it be done. So System Matters asked me to write a short book about hex crawl games. But on about 24 pages, it tells the players how they can play hex crawl games, what the advantages are, what might be problems. And I think it was a free gift or free gimmick which went along with the Dungeon Crawl Classics Panik auf dem Purpurplanet. So if you ordered it, you got this as well in order maybe to help you play it.
Okay, nice. So let's move on. Go ahead. Before I push you.
Translating that stuff was sometimes not easy. For example, weirdling or words like that. With just no, there's nothing for it in German, especially because Harley just invented it himself. So those are some hurdles you have to climb as a translator. That's really not easy sometimes. But I'm really proud of that box. I am.
The damn word weird can't be translated at all. You always lose some facets. It's terrible. Maybe I could show you what's in this wonderful box set. So,
go ahead.
So we've got this hex scroll thingy. We've got Der Fels erwacht, short adventure.
The Rock Awakens. I'm not going to translate them all.
Yeah. Die synthetischen Schwertkämpfer des Purpurplaneten.
Synthetic Swordsman, yes. I really like that.
Die Himmelsherrscher des Purpurplaneten.
Skylords of the Purple Planet.
Here's a question for you, Dennis.
Yeah.
Is there a translation equivalent for Eldritch?
No. Eldritch is another of those words, which American authors really like. Yes.
Sexy title.
It's another one.
Sexy title, Buch der Handouts, which is
the book of handouts.
Dealing with handouts. Begleitheft für Spieler. I think that's not in the original box. It just adds stuff.
It is.
It is.
It's a field guide. It's a field guide. You can the player group gets it and just can dribble in their own exploration and how they name their the flora and fauna and all artifacts and stuff. So it's exactly that. It's a field guide in the original.
Then we've got the Almanach des Purpurplaneten, which with stuff in there.
Yes,
It's
the word.
This thing.
It has to have a GM screen or a judge's screen because you don't call that person a DM in DCC. It's a judge.
That's the main adventure.
Yes.
Then we've got critical hit starts for the Kith.
It's a drop table, yes. I think. The Kith is another class. It's a kind of a mutated bear mutants in humanate form. I don't really have a word for them.
Then we've got die verschollenen Gräber der what? Der Elfen.
No, not elves. They're not elves.
What is it?
It's the lost graves.
Okay.
It's the ancients, not elves.
Yeah, sorry. Then we've
It's a lot in that box.
Glossographie der Uthot.
Yes, that wasn't in the original box, for example. Okay. So it got some new illustrations.
More achievement stickers for your convenience.
Yes. I do think they could really sell more of the stickers because player death is not something that occurs really. Well, it comes often.
Okay. In the chat, you were asked to talk about der Trichter.
American people know about the Trichter. I do think there might be some Germans among them.
Yeah.
One, I do think I have some ideas. The Trichter is a very, I think, a really thick magazine, a fanzine for Dungeon Core Classics, which contains, I do think, mostly original materials and some translations. So it's really nicely done. Yeah, I have to get some focus and some good illustrations because, of course, they're tables.
Let's see if I find something.
Yeah, you have to find the chicken, of course. Another character class. Because you can have a farmer who also has a chicken as equipment, and if the farmer meets an unfortunate end, well, you could also play the chicken. And stuff like that. And I do think it's a bit modeled about around the idea of the old dragon. There rules advice. There's about everything you'd expect.
Yep.
What I really like, it's coming out regularly, and it's really about 100 pages or even more in recent issues. I think that's number 2.
In number 2, there's a great adventure. Killerinsekten aus dem Weltall. Oh, yeah.
That's great. I did think I have an adventure in that too, but don't talk about that.
So why is it called der Trichter?
One, you do.
No.
Okay, because in DCC you've got funnel adventures. When you start up, you got everybody in the group has about I think mostly 4. Each one has 4 0-level adventures who have no class, no player class. Perhaps they're classy, but you and they go into a funnel adventure. So which is really dangerous stuff, and those people are really kind of useless. They have no fighting skills to talk about, no magic, sure, no equipment, about 1 to 4 hit points each. So many of them meet their demise. And the person who's last, or if somebody lasts, gets the chance to choose a class and be a real adventurer. Well, that's DCC stuff. And so, because it's essential, it's considered to be so essential and typical for DCC, we just named that zane the Trichter, which literally means the funnel.
Mm-hmm.
I would have
Right.
preferred Der Fleischwolf, which is kind of a meat grinder or something like that. But I was voted down.
I really like my meat grinder. Yes.
Especially for the American market, Fleischwolf, I think, is the most German word in the world. So it would have been cool.
Yeah, I do think Goodman would have liked them. Yeah, I think yes. Who actually Goodman actually looks at those because we want to have the design for DCC RPG thingy down here, and they like it, which is nice to get some feedback, which is not something you get all the time from US publishers when you do a translation and send the copy over. Goodman likes them a lot, and he has told Daniel numerous times, I think. And it's really nice to work on stuff like that. I'm also doing some work on the Trichter. Yes.
Okay, nice.
Maybe we could say one last thing about DCC, because right now we are translating the first Lankmar DCC box set. I know it's quite far. There's going to be kind of a crowdfunding thingy in the next few months, and I'm looking forward to it. Going to be
Me
a cool
too,
thing.
because I'm working on it. We're both working on it, aren't we?
Yeah. Right now, I'm correcting one of your texts. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Right, Lankmar is of course a big classic, I would say.
It is.
Are you guys Lankmar fans? Have you read the books of Fritz Leiber?
Yes.
What's your connection with Lankmar?
You first?
Yeah, I've read them. No, of course, when you are interested in the history of role-playing games, Dungeons and Dragons, and so on, you stumble upon Appendix N in the Advanced D&D Player's Handbook, or no, Dungeon Master's Guide, I think. But,
I do think yes.
But yeah, Fritz Leiber is in there. His Pfaffert and the Mausling thingies are in there.
Mauser in English.
Yeah, sorry.
It's
In German, it's Mausling, and I haven't.
It's Mausling, yes.
In a long time, but yeah, I love those.
Me too. I'm a big fan. I do think it is one. It may be, Conan, don't listen. It's maybe my favorite Sword and Sorcery books. I really like them because they're very readable today and also funny, which I liked. And so I was really happy when I was asked to help translate that too. It is not easy because you have the original books, the novels, and the short stories, and you have, well, I do think the first Lankmar stories were published in the 30s or 40s, and there have been numerous translation attempts by numerous translators. So you have to find, and they didn't really coordinate at all. So you have, well, a lot of things to choose from. Which one will come into the book in German? Because you have to take the most current translation. It has to fit people's expectations. Have to be met. But sometimes maybe what is the right translation for a book? A term in a book is not the right for a game, because you have to be really precise to describe a world in a role-playing game. So it is not easy to translate, but it's so much fun for me. But it takes its time, of course. Also, it's a great box, by the way.
I have to admit that I have a very personal connection to Lankmar, because I still have a Lankmar campaign that is running and has been for more than 26 years now, which is a really long-running campaign, and which is still run in AD&D second edition.
Oh, cool.
All right, I've got that book, that little booklet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure.
Exactly. The old one. And so yes, I'm of course, I love the new stuff that is coming out there, and
I do think this is really this box and all that Lankmar line is really inspired. I do think so. Yes.
And it's really different from the typical fantasy you have. So kind of a nice thing. Would be great.
And in my campaign, it really always takes a turn for the worse because so many things go wrong all the time. And this group is always trying to get out of trouble in a way, because really city of thieves and with all of these weird things going on there. And when they get off something, they have two new things coming up that is following them. It's hilarious, and it's really in the style of Fritz Leiber, because these books are also, they don't take themselves too seriously. It's more like a fun sword and sorcery adventure thing, and I love that about this setting.
I do think that DCC Langmar Box does a good job in even mechanically translating those typical things, the tropes from the stories into gameplay. For losing it all, but not quite, be lucky, and have the worst of luck. And this is really reflected in DCC Langmar, which I really like. I'm also playing it at the moment. So I'm interested in seeing that. We're very much looking forward to see how people will receive it. Yes. It's still quite a bit away. So.
Okay. But I think it's worth the wait, right?
Of course it is. We're really putting the work.
So is there anything else? Is there anything else coming out of System Matters, or is there anything else that is in the pipeline coming up in the future that you can talk about already?
Morris.
Yeah,
it's a lot.
They've got some bigger games, and they have got a series of games called Kleine Reihe. Those are small games that are kind of, most of the time, they are one-trick ponies. It's not for campaign play. It's typical, especially designed to play one game, or maybe with another group, another game. But I can show you some of them. Some of them are so crazy that I don't know if I have the words to explain what you can do, play with it. Let's see. We've got, and they are always this. They are looking like, facing like this. Geh nicht in den Winterwald. Dennis, what's the English name? It's not.
Oh God.
Don't go into something.
I'm really drawing a blank here, right here. But it's also a translation.
Yeah, and you play kind of dark fairy stories. You enter a dark forest, and then let's play out what happens there. It's a great little game, and they have got another booklet with German or European themed settings, because these settings are kind of American, centered on American myths, and it's a great little game. Geh nicht in den Winterwald.
We had lots of fun with that once. I remember.
Yeah.
I really liked that you. There's a hard rule that you're only allowed to talk about your actions in third person. So Dennis is going to the cupboard and getting some coffee. So, which is really strange. What do we have?
We have got One Last Job, which in the original is called One Last Job. And you're playing One Last Job. It's old criminals getting together to have one last crime, steal one last big diamond,
heist,
do whatever they have to do before they can finish their career. One Last Job. I think my name is in there, but
your name is always in there.
Yeah, I don't know. Der König ist tot.
The king is dead.
Right? I'm not sure.
It's a Firebrand, right?
Sorry?
I do think it's the first Firebrand game in German language.
I think so. Can you tell more about it? Because I've never read it. My name is not in there. I have no clue. But it looks cool.
I wasn't involved, but it is the Firebrands are, I do think, even more PBTA inspired sort of games, with just there's also a lot of focus on moves and less on stats. So those things they have mini games and moves. So it's really they're story games, and I do think really interesting. But I didn't have a chance to play with that at all so far because it's new.
Then we've got Etwas zu verbergen, which is translated kind of something to hide. I think that might be the
literally
original
that.
title. It's a game of crime stories where you can play some Hercule Poirot thingy. And my name is in there, but I'm old. I don't remember. But it was the mechanism was quite crazy because during the entire game you didn't know if you weren't the killer or the culprit or the bad guy, and only in the end you found out. It's kind of an interesting mechanism, but for traditional role players like myself, quite hard to grasp.
So it's like a Poirot, but backwards.
Yeah. Ein ruhiges Jahr. It's kind of a world-building game.
A drawing game, map drawing game, isn't it?
Yeah, map drawing and world building. You get together to have your world, and later on you can play in this world with these rules, but you can play with other rules as well. Every other ein ruhiges Jahr. Now the craziest thingy.
What?
Kagematsu.
That's the craziest thing.
Yeah, because it's for one GM, which should be a female GM, and up to 8 players who should be male players. And the GM plays a male Ronin, and the up to 8 male players play women in the medieval Japan, and they are trying to get this Ronin to help their village. I've played it twice, and it's quite a ride. I love this concept that you have male players playing women and have one female GM who is the Ronin. That's so cool. You just have to love it.
You have, yes. It's really interesting.
Now, 2 solo games by Scott Malthouse. English Eerie, where you can play, kind of ghost stories in Cornwall. Just sitting at your table using some pens. And talking about pens, we've got the next one, Quill. It's not a book, but some nice, smaller books. And it's ein Solo-Rollenspiel zum Briefe schreiben. So you write letters in this game. I've bought some nice pens just to play this game correctly. And it's cool. Just try it out. You write letters and you see that if you, in the end, you succeed in your task, in having another person that you wrote the letter to do what you want them to do. That's great. Cool thing. And the last one I want to show you from the Kleine Reihe, Mietling auf Abwägen. This thing is crazy. You play the henchman. You're in the final room of the dungeon. Your party is killed by the dragon. The dragon is killed by the party at the same time. And you are the henchman trying to get out of the dungeon. And it just looks so different. Let's see if I find some illustrations.
This is completely new illustrated. Yes.
To me, it looks like Czech fairy tale comics or movies from the 60s, 70s, 80s. And just, it's so great. It's wonderful. And
I really
that's
like
another
it.
one that Harley Stroh was very interested in. I hope he got his copy because I wanted to help him out.
It is a translation, but it really looks like nothing like the original.
Yeah. So those are the smaller games. Maybe you can
There
show
are more,
some,
but we don't have
bigger
time for
games.
everyone.
Yeah.
For everything, I think.
We
We do have the PBTAs too, no?
All right. Let's talk about those.
I don't have everyone here because we have. There's also a version of Ironstone which I don't have here right now.
It must
Don't
be
want to get up.
somewhere over there.
The most recent one is I do have it here. Yes, which is you can also play solo. My cam doesn't like it. But it's great.
Focusing on your face and not on the book. Yeah. Hide your face.
It really
knows
knows what's good for it. Yes. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's better.
Perfect.
Yeah, better.
That's better than before.
Yeah, especially because my face is hidden. Yes, I know. I understand. I won't talk that in length about all of them. We have a new version of Monster Hearts, which I really like. Okay. It also doesn't really look like the original. It's a beautiful. I don't know if Monster Hearts is really known in the US. I do think it's well known. But you all play teenagers who are secretly monsters. It's also a PBTA game, and it is also a really queer game because it has teenagers are having their first difficult time with sexuality, and sometimes you don't feel like you're supposed to feel, and it's lots of conflicts, there's lots of drama, and it's a great game.
In other words, I'm never going to play it, but of course I've bought it.
Yes. Yeah.
Which hold on before you continue.
Yeah.
Moritz. So it seems like you have every single role-playing book in the world that came out in your house. Is that true? Is your house overflowing with role-playing stuff already? Are you?
No. I'm going to show you. I've got just this one room.
Yeah. Nice.
And in all the rest of the house, there's not one single game or poster or nerdy thing, because my wife is quite a normal person. So, no, it's just in this room, but it's a big room with lots of books.
It's quite amazing, yeah. But sorry, I interrupted you, Dennis. Go on.
You didn't. No. I'm just taking looking over to the clock, so I have to be. I don't want to go into depths with everyone.
Yes,
I like this game. It's great, but I'm also not a teenager. I'm still going to play it once. This is also completely new. It is complete new, redone, new illustrations, and I do think it's beautiful, actually.
Yeah, and I'm a teacher, so I have to do a lot with the teenagers, and that should be enough. I don't have to play a teenager with problems in my free time.
Well, we also have Mrs. World, which is, as you can expect, a very nice book. Also, it is, if you don't like to play Mythos games like Cthulhu with the D100 system, you can do it in PBTA, and this game does it. And I do think it also looks like nothing like the original version. It's also a lot bigger. And as usual, we also redid the interior, and it's lots of old photos were redone. Always some nice touches who make it a little bit more Mythos. So also a lot of work that went into that. I do think you could say that about a lot of System Matters games. There's a lot of work, additional work that went into them. They almost never just take the old layout. There's some examples where they did DCC, for example, but most of the time they just put in the work. I'm not a layouter, so
Would you say that that's maybe the secret to the success of System Matters?
I do think so, yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to wrap up a little. I still have a few questions. And of course, I still want to give you the time to quickly mention anything that we forgot so far. But let's start with a few questions. First of all, about you personally. If you could only pick one game now, right? What's the most appealing game to you that you would love to play the most? Where you say, this is really the kind of setting or the system that appeals to me and matches with my personal gaming style. What would you say?
You mean from System Matters?
It doesn't have to be. Well, you can. If it's not from System Masters, maybe you can also give me a System Matters game. But be all three. You know.
Well, I came to System Matters. DCC was a game that brought me to System Matters because people noticed that I actually liked it before I knew about the translation. So that brought me to System Matters. So yes, DCC is close to my heart, but I also like RuneQuest or even Fate, which Morris doesn't like for example. I've got a long past in D&D though. That's my stuff. I really like to play new games. I like to try new games. I actually really looking forward to our forthcoming translations of Bastionland, for example. Electric Bastionland is coming. Also Mausritter, which I really find funny and great. So that's about my area of games. I really like to try stuff.
Moritz, how about you?
Yeah, tough question. I play everything, but of course, I always come back to Back Me, Dungeons and Dragons, or the retro clone.
So the old ones. Okay, nice. Okay.
I'm more of a game world guy, though. I'd say I'm a little bit more of a game world type who likes big and sweeping world descriptions and stuff like.
It's great that you have these preferences and you fit really well with GaryCon, of course, because GaryCon is really all about remembering Gary Gygax and doing it through just meeting, having fun, playing games together, which is what you love best. And I think that this motto really appeals well to you guys as well. If I, from what I've heard here, and because you're really big gamers, it sounds like we've really tried a lot of stuff. Who are very well connected to the old classics, and but are not afraid to try new stuff and actually actively producing new stuff and going in really wild direction, even though it's my impression that there's points at which Moritz says, this is a little too crazy for me.
I'll try it, but
yeah, of course.
Maybe just once.
Right. But it sounds really interesting. Thank you, guys. I will give you the last words if you want to wrap this up and tell us whatever you want to tell us here. I want to thank you for coming here and sharing all these inside informations and the products that System Matters is producing. That was quite fascinating. So any last statements from your side? Go ahead.
This was my first ever interview in English, so I hope I didn't fail as much as I feared. And thank you a lot. This was fun.
I've always wanted to do the Will Wheaton play more games.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much for being here. I'll continue with Ulysses and we'll talk about Torg. All right. See you soon. Bye and thank you.
See you soon.
Bye.
Every November, around 1,500 visitors turn into true weekend heroes in the quiet town of Dreieich near Frankfurt, Germany. So, what are we doing? We are a role-play convention with everything that comes with it. Game rounds, numerous exhibitors, like publishers, traders, and illustrators, an extensive program with workshops, readings, and panels, and of course, a coffee and tea flat rate. And you will learn to appreciate the latter because we are open for 32 hours. If you want, and if you can keep your eyes open, you can immerse yourself in fantastic worlds non-stop for a whole weekend. With over 200 pre-registered game rounds, we are also the largest role-playing convention in Germany. But since we know that we can always improve, our team is constantly thinking about new things, such as our latest partnership with GaryCon in the US, or our online events on Twitch and Discord to which the entire world is invited. Curious? Then join us in November.
Hewn from ice older than memory, with a heart as cold as the glaciers that form its lair. The terrible frost giant scours the lands as it seeks to quench its unending hunger. The icy cavern walls sparkle like diamonds in the light of your torch. Scattered bones mark the places others have fallen to the titan you now face. From behind its craggy brow, the giant's eyes flash like cold fire, and a face like carved stone cracks open with an enraged roar. Grasping its enormous axe, the vast creature thunders towards you. The fight of your lives has begun. Epic Encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
Hello, Gary Connors. My name is Greg Gordon. I'm the line developer for Torg Eternity for Ulysses Spiele. We'll be running Torg Eternity, a Pan Pacifica adventure this morning. And so I would like to get right to it. In grand Torg tradition, we're opening up with a bit of action, and then we'll get around to character introductions. So the scene opens with an establishing shot. It says HMS Audacity, and you see this submarine cruising along under the water. Then the little stiletto stencil goes out, says east of Palawi Island, Philippines. And then from off camera, in comes a little drone, like heads towards the submarine, gets closer, go to the interior, there's a loud explosion. Crewmen are thrown, and you see the command deck, and they're going, "Tracker mines, sir. We've got tracker mines." They're like, "Get the assets off board. Get the assets off board now." And you see crewmen running down the hallway, and we get a shot of our heroes. And they're saying, "To the tubes, to the tubes, to the tubes now. Go, 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 go." So I need everybody to make a maneuver or a dexterity roll as you're going down a rocking submarine. There are explosions are hitting around you. You're just looking for a 10, so you just can get past all the obstacles.
11.
This is awkward.
20.
And upon
10. Jeez.
Save that for when it's important.
32
I got
total.
a 5.
That's a 2. I got an 18 total.
Okay.
How important is this?
10 on the dot.
If you get pinned or otherwise stalled, the adventure shifts to there's one possibility called Trader 40 Fathoms, which is being on a disabled submarine, and there's Xenobreak. If you get off the submarine, can conduct the real. So just the adventure bifurcates at this point.
I'll play a hero card.
All right.
That allows me to spend an extra possibility or give me an extra die roll. Add to my previous die roll.
Yes.
Gives me a total of 16, which is a +3, which is just enough to get to a 10.
Excellent. So did anybody not make a 10? Okay. So the crewmen go ahead and you see them spinning open the torpedo tubes and they're putting on the, oh, my computer's complaining that I'm on Discord. Well, you'd be right. So, and spin it open and they're giving you like breathing masks. They go, "You've got 5 minutes of air. There should be plenty of time to get to the surface. You'll have about a quarter-mile swim to the beach." And so they put you in the tubes and they give you, the signal. Okay. 3, 2, 1, flood. And there's this blast of cold water. It takes your breath away as the tubes fill up with water. And then there's another huge shake as the submarine gets hit again. They go, "Launch!" You guys are blasted out of your tubes. You're a little bit disoriented, and trying to find your way out. And you look around, you see there all these lights, glowing points of light towards what must be the surface. And so you start swimming up that way, and I need one more maneuver roll out of you folks.
Nine.
Okay.
Not 9 also.
Okay.
20 total.
Wow. So you decide that it'd also be convenient to set the Olympic record as you're exiting the submarine.
I don't like being underwater.
Yeah. Whoosh. What'd you get, John?
Got a 6 total.
Okay. So somebody's lagging behind the pack. And so ahead, there are all these brilliant little dots of light. And as Hehu's approaching, you see that, it's jellyfish. Thousands of them.
Oh, no.
And the lagging party says, there are fins below me. Makos, maybe?
No.
And as Hehu hits the jellyfish, they don't really sting, but it sort of numbs you just a little bit, and you're trying, as you try to avoid them, you get touched by like 1 with your roll. The other people are getting sort of hit by the jellyfish. And your best guess is this covers you with some yum yum shark sauce because those fins below get extremely interested. So we'll flip over a card. I shall triumph. So the villains go first, heroes are second. Defend is your approved action. All right, so my villains, my jellyfish.
I will definitely abort to defend.
Yeah. Yeah, so, okay, I need to know what your melee is there, detective.
Melee defense is 7. Unarmed
Okay.
is 7.
So you take 4 shock.
Ow.
Yeah. Wow. The rest of the jellyfish decided they're on vacation. These tropical waters. We don't want to work. Okay. And down below to the shark. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Hey, look. One's been straggling from the herd, and he's got a bright yellow shirt on because he's a realm runner. That looks yummy. This Mako comes streaming up towards you. Okay. Roll defense for people who are taking defense. Roll maneuvers for people who are trying to get away.
I'm trying to get away.
All right.
I think I will defend.
Can I maneuver?
After defense
Oh
+1.
no. I think I'm going to spend a possibility on this.
All right.
We got a 5.
Okay. Be a good one.
I'm going to mark my all these here. Okay. So 5 plus 11. That's 16. That gets me to a maneuver again. +16 plus 3. That's a 12 total.
Okay. Yes, you will be able to avoid the bite from the shark. That's very convenient. So what was your maneuver, Jason?
10. Is that enough?
Yep, that's enough.
Fantastic.
Because they are having to close distance. So, hey, who breaks the surface? The detective is getting stung by a jellyfish, and the Makos are gonna make an oh. So you see the realm runner, you just like manage to spin away and just get grazed by the sandpaper sort of skin of the shark, and you're climbing to the surface, and there's one about twice the size of the last one, just barreling towards you, jaws opening, huge sharp teeth rushing toward you. You're trying to pull your legs out of the way, and we cut to the flashback of the briefing. Sterile conference room, young naval attaché standing up, PowerPoint or other visual aid presentation going on, and he's sort of droning. Il Viandembe Simple and Sarton from the HMS Audacity onto the beach. No problems there. Once you hit the beach, you'll have two choices. We believe from our intelligence, which was delivered by Dana Dorman, that they have an inactive lab connected to an active research facility. That inactive portion has been sealed. We are very interested in what they have sealed away in that lab. We believe there'll be two approaches. Our agent Dorman left explosives and cutters that would allow you to get inside the lab, or you can go into the resort at Cape Engano and retrieve IDs. We understand there's a lot of lost IDs at the resort from the corporate types who don't want to be tracked for whatever trysts they are having. And so there's one club, the Pink Gordio, where we notice they have 4 times the incidence of loss. So you could go there, try to obtain the IDs, or breach from the outside of the lab. We suspect inside they are tinkering with both genetic modifications and some form of reality manipulation. We would like information on each. And you see this, shot of a person handing out your Zuzus, and also these little small mini USB sticks. These are DNA samplers. We'd like you to sample whatever you find inside the lab. You can analyze it on the spot in case that has tactical information, but then we'd like you to bring the samples back. Do you have any questions?
Do we have to wear these wetsuits? This is scandalous.
Well, I'm sorry, miss, but that is because of the temperature and pressure of the water. It's best if you don't pass out before you reach our objective. I promise you, we'll be inside Inside your packs, there'll be a fresh change of clothing into something far more appropriate.
Avert your eyes.
So we can do character introductions at this point. So I'm just reading from the display. So first up is Philomena.
I am playing Philomena Baker Street, an observant detective from Aurora. Her experience in the land of the Gaunt Man, she knows that you can't outfight. They cannot be outfought. They must be outthought.
Hey Who.
Hey Who is a feline transhumanist, genetically modified street fighter and brawler. Very lean and lithe individual, always wearing sunglasses to hide his cat eyes, and spends most of the briefing bored out of his mind because he doesn't understand half of what's being said. He just knows steal stuff and then waste people as needed.
Steal then waste. It's a simple mission.
Or the other way around. I'm willing to be flexible in that plan.
Sounds good. So Jason / Sean.
I'm Jason Bildson, the a realm runner from Core Earth, and I'm here because this is what we do. This is what I do.
And Jason?
I'm playing Shar. They are a cyber witch from the cyber papacy, kind of a goth aesthetic, button front shirt and tie. Full name Charlotte Parfois, but you don't think that's their real name. It's probably their craft name.
Right. Very good. And they hand a Zuzu Prestige, which is the newest, coolest model of Zuzu. I believe they hand that to Philomena. This one also has some security protocols on it. We're not 100% sure they work, but it's possible you'll be able to override some systems from this device because it's a VP level phone we managed to smuggle out of Shanghai not too long ago. Any other questions about your mission? No.
What's our extraction plan?
Once you have the assets in hand, you get to a beach, pop your radio beacon, the sub should surface. It'd be best if you could acquire some sort of watercraft, otherwise you're swimming back.
I'll have to keep an eye out for that.
Anything else? Anything else? Excellent. This should be a quick, simple mission. There should be no problems along the way. Good luck, good hunting. And we cut back to the dark water with a shark barreling down on the Realm Runner. Next round.
I thought I maneuvered away, or am I still in danger?
You maneuvered away. There are multiple sharks. You maneuvered away from the first one that made the pass, and when you spun away out, this huge shark came up from below, getting ready to devour you.
Oh dear.
The card is That Old Chestnut. The approved actions are Taunt and Trick. Heroes go first, and villains are fatigued. So the Realm Runner, everybody has their choice of either a bang stick or a spear gun that they're equipped with just to get them through the extraction points. You can decide which one you want as the weapon. So heroes get to go first. So Hey Who, you can break the surface or you can go back down and help your comrades. Your choice.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and go back down and try and recover the Realm Runner.
All right. So you're diving back down. That's pretty easy. You attempting to do anything with the sharks? Or just...
Actually, I think if I can get to the one that's barreling down on the Realm Runner, I'm going to go ahead and hit him with my bang stick.
All right. You may roll. Either melee or fire combat, both are applicable.
Alrighty. I'll be doing melee, I believe. So that is a 0 modifier. That brings me to a 12.
Okay. Good enough to hit. It does 13, which is enough to discourage said shark, but not enough to, so it'll pull away, but it's still thinking about how juicy and delicious the Realm Runner looks. Who would like to go next?
I can go.
All right.
I want to attempt to trick the shark
All right.
with a. I have a number of detective-y type items like a magnifying glass, which I want to try to do to create reflections and distract it, and then to throw it off and let it sink through the water.
Okay. So you're going to find a focal length at which you can get some light from the jellyfish and sort of get it to sparkle attractively.
Yes.
All right. Go ahead and roll your trick.
Trick total is 13.
Okay, that's a good result. Do you want to stymie or?
I think definitely stymie. Very stymie.
All right. So it's not very stymied, but it is stymied. So that means the shark's got a harder time eating our friend the Realm Runner.
I do appreciate that.
Yeah. Next.
Oh, you're welcome.
You said trick and taunt are the.
They are the taunt and trick. Yes, they are the approved actions.
All right. Well, probably wouldn't work in real life, but this is more of a cinematic reality. I am going to shout at the shark, "Come try this. I've got metal in my body. I'll give you indigestion," and try to taunt.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right.
Oh, 10 explodes. 11, 21, 15.
Wow. Well, congratulations. Somehow the resonant frequency bothers the shark. It's very upset. Are you making it vulnerable or are you going to make it very stymied?
Oh, is it not very stymied yet, or
It's stymied. It's not
it's
very
stymied?
stymied.
I'll make it very stymied.
Okay. So, Philomena, you get an action card and you get a drama card there, Jason.
Stick.
So, shark's very stymied. It's also distracted. Something sparkly up there. Am I more interested in the sparkle? Am I interested in those dangling, lovely Realm Runner legs? I like shiny. I very much like shiny. So it just pulls off about 90 degrees and starts swimming lazily up to investigate the sparkle. And you're letting go of the magnifying
yes.
glass?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so it'll fall up. So you guys will break the surface, having confused the sharks. You know, splash of water everywhere. You start wading to shore, and there's applause like, woo! Oh, wait, I don't think they're the entertainment. And you see on the beach, there are 40 or 50 young executives, all in very expensive beachwear, tiki torches set in the sand. They're so curiously watching you as you splash ashore. They say, "Are either of you? Are you the dance group? What? Who are you?"
Look at the rest of the team.
That's classified information. We are a security check team. We were never
Oh,
here.
and they suddenly, when you say security check team, they all of a sudden just they put on their mask, their Kanawa work mask, and just watch. They went from vacation to on report in about 4.5 milliseconds. Like, oh, yes, we're all having a nice break here. We'll get back to work as soon as our assignments come in. And so you start wading ashore in the sand, going past the groups of tourists. Ahead of you is the Cape and Gagno Arcology, which is a huge resort under a dome. And there's obviously a, you know, entrance lit up with so much neon you could probably see it from space. But you can have a chance to go into the brush and change into your outfits, or you can simply try to traverse the terrain around the arcology, get to the lab proper if you're just going to use explosives and break in. So your choice is, do you want to try the fake ID or sneaking in method, or do you just want to take the direct approach and mess things up?
I think we definitely need to go into the resort.
Yeah, we need to get IDs.
All right.
Yeah,
So
you guys blend.
So there's a quick cutaway to the brush. There's like a rustling noise. You come out dapperly attired in whatever your definition of dapper is. So describe what you're wearing for a club scene. Hey, who?
So, Hey Who slips out of the wetsuit and then gets into a black, almost equally as skin tight jumpsuit looking thing, and then has just sort of uh, neon colored trimming along there to just kind of accent angles and corners and cuts, and keeps the sunglasses on
All
and
right.
kind of doing the whole, right, let's get moving.
So what's the cyber witch look like?
They have a tuxedo coat that is silver and
Ooh.
a white tie and a black shirt and slacks, but with combat boots with a little bit of a heel to them.
Rum runner?
Well, I'm dressed in not formal business attire, but casual business attire.
Okay. Philomena?
Philomena had to make some hard choices on this mission, and she has decided to wear slacks, but a proper business suit that would fit into the Pan Pacifica. But
Okay.
she is still scandalized.
All right.
Very few places to put her derringer.
Well, you can have a properly sized jacket that goes with the suit that has any number of pockets you want. Pan Pacifica is not shy on having little hidey holes in the clothes. So yeah, you've got plenty of room for your derringer. So you walk in, you get the feeling it's like you've walked into the Las Vegas Strip, only there's more money. There is everything around is, and you have, it's got alabaster, you got quartz, you got marble, you've got gold, all of it real, all of it built into the buildings, and then neon fronts everywhere, just blaze with light. The club you were told about was the Pink Gordio, and you can, just pull up your Zuzus, those who have Tech 22 plus. um, okay, Cyber Witch, computers, do you have that?
Don't. I thought I did, but I do not.
All right, well then just get to make a mind roll.
I rolled a 1.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Really bringing my A game to this mission.
Yeah.
You're too used to hiding from computers and you're where you're from.
Yeah. Well, you're in Tor, you disconnect on a 1, but you're not doing anything that Cosm doesn't expect you to do. In fact, checking your Zuzu every 12 seconds is pretty much about the most Pan Pacifica thing you can do. So you're okay. You do just fail, but when you're sort of going around, it pops up and says, "Lucky customer, you get 15% off the Kaiju Soju at the Pink Gordio. Please follow this map to collect your prize." Doop, boop.
Tell the group, hey, free drinks.
Don't click that link.
um,
Not
uh,
Yeah, don't click that.
hey, the other three of you notice that, oh, those Natalie attired sort of look like groomsmen. Oh, that's got to be Kanawa security. They're just sort of casually looking over the whole crowd, every once in a while checking their Zuzus. And then, but you can see they're pulling out and they're doing scans with them. and you're casually walking along. And one of the security men break away from their group and approach you, and they talk to Sean. Excuse me, what hotel are you staying at?
What was the name of the hotel? That was. Oh, I'm gonna see if I can trick this guy. Um. So
Persuasion using deception is favored in Pan Pacifica if you want to try that. Or
I
you can try
do.
to trick him. Okay, so you want to try persuasion on him.
Yeah, persuasion.
And what are you persuading him of?
I am persuading him that we are um that we're a special detachment um sent to make sure that the area is secure from invasions
Ah,
or from
so
intrusions.
you're claiming to be a heretofore unknown part of Kanawa security.
Yes,
Okay, so he's approached you and he's being very polite, but he's obviously scanning you up and down.
of course.
Yeah.
I got a total of let's see here, three. I got a total of 11.
Okay, doesn't seem that he's buying it.
Can I assist him in some way with my Zuzu Prestige?
Do you want to flash that ostentatiously?
No, not ostentatiously. I'll come up and say, and ask, is there a problem here?
Yes, madam. It appears that your companion can't show proof of reservation. This is
So,
a resort by
this,
invitation only.
do you normally interrogate auditors and their assistants?
Go ahead. I assume you're trying either a trick or a persuasion.
Well, I have skill and trick, but persuasion is favored, so I'm going to go with
Oh, good.
I'm going to go with persuasion.
So, and I'd like to assist with that persuasion by kind of muscling up and doing the "How dare you question your betters?"
All right. Yes, you may.
10.
So that is only a standard success, so it's only a +1.
Ah,
10 and
you guys are
8.
stuck. You guys are
No,
stuck.
no, I rolled a 10, so that's 18
Oh,
so a total of 13 on charisma, and I will spend a possibility if need be.
that's good enough. You just need to get to the 12. I'm sorry. We weren't informed. Um, basically, you probably
Of
want
course,
to.
you were not informed. That's not how audits work.
Well, all right. Do you want me? Do you want me to lead you to the interrogator's office, or are you good to go from here?
We are already in progress to our destination. Thank you.
Right. Excuse me. Have a good evening. And he backswing heads back to his other security officials, and you walk along, and basically the cyber witch after a while figure, oh, this is just a 2D map. That's insanely primitive. It's known. So walk around, and there it is. Probably the most, because it's supposed to be an ancient Korean temple, but they probably used far less neon than the club does. So it's so anachronistic. It might be cool, but it just sort of it feels a little bit grating. And there are bouncers there just sort of checking people's Zuzus as they walk by, and beep, beep. And the Delphi Council has the cover codes correct. So you go in, and then the cyber witches goes beep, 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 beep. And the bouncers approach. Excuse me, may we see your Zuzu?
And yes, free drinks.
So they take it and they go, oh, yes. Also this. And they hand you like a little USB stick. Congratulations. They hand you your Zuzu back.
Thank you.
You walk
No,
inside. Oh, go ahead.
no. It says don't put that in. Don't stick that in your phone.
No.
Walk in. There's Hyde style dub going on. It is just insanely loud, particularly for Philomena, who can't understand why anybody would have any kind of volume like this in a social setting. The rest of you can sort of go with the flow. Everybody is dressed, all the wait staff are dressed in ancient Korean attire, but you can tell they've got electro blades as their accoutrement as opposed to any sort of fake sword. And they're going from table to table delivering drinks, and a waiter slides up to you with just a gargantuan bottle of soju and, greets the cyber witch. Here you go. Your kaiju soju for you. It's like, would you like me to pour?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay. So hands you the glass and gives you probably about a triple sized drink. The rest of
Wow.
you?
No, thank you. I would like tea, thank you.
Ah, yes. Do you have a table yet? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Oh,
No, not yet.
All right. So, anyone else? Tea, soju?
I'll take some. I'll take some of that soju.
Okay. Mr. Tiger?
So, hey, who stands all business? Chow Yun Fat style, just doesn't even acknowledge.
Or doesn't acknowledge. So they lead you down into basically pit seating. So your heads are just basically a little bit above the floor, but it's a little quieter here, so you can actually talk to each other. And they sit you down, and they bring their tea and their drinks, and you're in the middle of the pink Goryo. Fascinating. So you have drinks, but no objective exactly, except you want to collect some IDs. How would
right.
you like to collect some IDs in the middle of this nightclub?
You said that they leave them behind, right? They lose them, so there must be a lost and found. Is that how
That
that
was my
works?
thought exactly.
You suspect that might have something to do with the USB stick that they gave the cyber witch.
Hmm. Do we have anything besides our phones we can plug this into? And could we even plug it into our Zuzus?
Oh, yes, you
Does
could.
my security capability Zuzu thing have any benefit here?
It can. Do you have science?
I
No.
do.
So do you want to stick a USB stick into your Zuzu and try to science it?
Let's do
What could
this.
go wrong?
Now, what's the worst that could happen? All right, let's science this thing.
All right.
That is a 19 plus 6. I got a 15 total.
So flipping through, when you stick it in, it looks like it's basically an illegal add-on that disables security temporarily so that a device might be misplaced. And then it has a little map of the Goryo where it looks like, oh, when you misplace your device, you misplace it at one of these locations, and they'll make sure that you'll get it back. But now you have a map of where you can go get displaced Zuzus.
Excellent.
This is
Can
wonderful.
There we go.
Is there any way to tell whose Zuzus are misplaced?
Um, Not from the device he has, not from the program he has. You probably have to actually get some your hands on Zuzus that have been misplaced, and then you might be able to figure out whose they are. But it doesn't like have a laundry list. Yes, the people who are trying to hide their identities are. It's like,
Well, if we just steal the ones that look prestigious, chances are they'll have clearance.
yeah,
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
go
Going
with
out on a
the
limb here. So if I steal the expensive ones, I think we win.
all right. So you're heading to the nearest repository of Zuzus.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You go there, and standing there by the station, and you can see there's like 5 rows of Zuzus on a nice rack, and he's sort of standing there, looks indecisive. Very handsome Filipino man, but he looks troubled. And he sort of, oh, I'm sorry. Did you need this? And he sort of stands out of the way. You're in front of a rack of
Now,
Zuzus with a Filipino man.
so I want to engage him with another trick to distract him while someone else goes through the pile and finds us some good Zuzus.
All right.
About to say, I'll use my stealth to just kind of fade off over into the distance and go, that looks expensive, that looks expensive. One for me, that one looks expensive. All right, we're good.
Okay.
Right.
So why don't you give me a stealth roll?
I would love to. And I'd love to spend a possibility, because that 3 is not exciting.
It could be.
Could be very exciting.
All right, so let's see that. 16
Depends
plus
on
3
who
is 19, so that's a plus 6. With my stealth of 14 is a total of 20.
Yeah. So that gives yourself plausible deniability. You are just sort of like, sort of dusting the rack and putting your Zuzu in a proper place, just managing to like handle like half the phones on there surreptitiously. It's like, oh wait, this one has a Fairchild Maximal logo on it. Fairchild is the defense contractor who runs the lab. That looks like a good one. So you start finding ones that look appropriate. So you grab 4 very nice looking Zuzus, and no one has noticed you. And you're distracting the man.
I am.
I'm sorry,
Engaging.
but since they closed my wing, I just, and they're not letting me off the island. I'm just so lost.
I make up some bureaucratic thing. Did you try through this channel, like through some bureaucratic nonsense, through the office of a non-existent and
Oh no, I hadn't, because they told us that if we worked with 6, we weren't going to be talking through any channels. But thank you for the suggestion. I mean, he still sort of stands there hesitating, and Black Tiger comes back with, wow, 4 really nice looking phones. So you just hand them out randomly.
Let's see. So the defense contractor one I'll keep,
Okay.
but then I'll just kind of hand off things that look appropriate. Maybe the corporate one, or if there's another corporate one, I'll hand it to the Cyber Witch. Because at least that way the tech goes to somebody who can utilize it, and then you've already got a corporate one, but having another one might be good in case we need a burner ID in case something goes sideways. And the Realm Runner gets the fancy one, because, something to bling him up.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, improvise. That's what Realm Runners do.
Facts.
Okay. So are you trying to get the man to just sort of exit at this point? Are you excusing yourself? How are you ending your interaction with the poor, slightly distraught man?
I am going to. I would like to attempt to. It says, like, that is an unfortunate story, and I'm going to attempt to give him a drink on the house by bribing him with my Zuzu phone.
What's that? How are you bribing him? What's the purpose of your bribe?
So it's like not so much of a bribe as it's just like it's a sob story, and so I'm going to buy him a few rounds.
I was going to say if they left the pitcher of soju, of kaiju soju, then we've got all the drinks we need and we can share.
Oh, so you can just
right, but we don't want to stick around to share them with him. We want to just like I'm going to do a transfer to my phone to.
Did we find out what section he was part of that got closed down?
Yeah, he was part of Fairchild Maximal, which is the lab.
So it could very well be that he might know something. We could actually try and see if there's a way towards his wing that we might be able to sneak or find out what it is that he does. So you might get that sob story.
That's a good plan. It says, why don't we try to... that's a good plan. Invite him back to the table. Say, tell him that. It says, I am Auditor 23.
Oh.
I'm here to investigate this. So I would like you to come with me and tell me all about the closure of your...
I'm
ring.
I'm glad because things seem highly irregular. My name is Hector Aganad. I was one of the I don't know what you would like. We connected some of the gaps in the history of some of our devices, and so you lead him down and start feeding him soju, and he readily accepts the soju. So it doesn't take him long. So what information are you trying to get out of the slightly distraught Filipino researcher who's now had 3 or 4 large shots of soju?
He said he was working with 6, so we should find out what that is.
Oh, it's the part of the lab that they closed. And they gave us no reason for the closure. And the thing was, I was on break when they closed it, but nobody else, none of my coworkers came out. They just locked them in there.
Was there a contamination?
You would think now, wouldn't you? But aren't contaminations supposed to be reported? No contamination was reported. They simply sealed off the lab. And then a few of us on the outside, they're just continuing to pay us and having us stay at the resort. We can't leave. Our Zuzus have been locked down to local. We can't talk to the outside. We're just here. No work, no orders, nothing.
It's highly irregular.
Yes. Yes, absolutely irregular. I'm so
And it
glad.
could very well
I'm
be a
sure
test.
you write a full report about this, yes?
We will do more. In fact, we will provide or require assistance from you.
Oh.
There is another Zuzu that you can use that is not hacked to local, that you will use to secure water transport. And you will meet us at a later date, and we will all leave the island. If you can manage to do this secretly and quietly, we will not hold you accountable for the failing of your group.
Oh, I think you have the authority to. Well, that's wonderful. Can I have the Zuzu?
Because I think we've got a spare. So I will hand him one of the spares.
All right. So, yeah, he takes it and he's a little bit drunk at this point, so it takes him a while to log in. And he goes, "Holy, you have Inspector Orange's phone. How did you get this?" Well, yeah, I could definitely get you a watercraft with this. I definitely can. So, where should we meet?
All right, let's see. So we figure the lab is local or at least nearby.
Yeah, it's just
We
outside the arcology.
expect, say, 2 hours of sneak and wet work, another hour for searching, 6 hours, and have him meet us on a far isolated portion of the beach.
Okay, I can, well, we have the beach that's under construction. We could meet there.
Excellent.
That should work.
We'll make extra note of your diligence and your attention to detail.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And you see, he pulls up. You see, he's pulling up the text, and I'm going to start telling some people right now about this.
Hector, there's
Oh.
freedom in not existing. Lay low.
So you see him.
Because if you tip off the people to our audit, then you will be found liable for the failings of your group.
Excuse me. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just had a little bit too much soju. You see, he's deleting the text. All right, I'll just get you the watercraft, and I'll see you in a few hours.
Did anyone think to write down the number of that get the contact information of that Zuzu?
It's a tap. Once you
it's a cloud. Bing, there he is.
Yes. Yeah. Once you so you have all the contact information and all the Zuzus in each Zuzu.
How does that work without calling the operator?
Yeah, exactly. It's
Oh.
just so unseemly to the Roach detective. Like, you just spill willy-nilly all your personal details?
No notepad? How dare you?
Okay, I brought mine.
So, are you think you're equipped to head out to the lab now, or are you what's next on your agenda?
Who's Inspector Orange?
Oh, you're asking? Oh, um, that was part of the um new security setup that Kano imposed. She
When they
was
shut the lab down.
she was part of Six, and she's not here, but her phone is here. That doesn't sound good.
Oh, maybe she is here. I don't know.
But yes,
I think we had better.
they've installed new protocols in all the labs recently. There was some incident, and so they've upgraded them to some ridiculous security system. It's a real pain. But yeah, that
What can you
so
tell us about this new security?
um uh it's an AI that doesn't seem to run on any of the computers. They call it nameless.
Nameless.
Yeah, they've been
How is it an
installing.
AI that doesn't run on computers?
You got me.
That's weird.
It just seems to manifest.
How much time is left in our mission profile?
You mean the real life clock?
Both.
Real life clock. Real life clock. We got an hour and 5 minutes. Mission profile.
And in the mission.
You've got plenty of time.
Yep.
You've
All
got
right.
5.5 hours.
All right. Well, we better get to the. We had better get ourselves over to the lab. I think.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, we'll be discovered, and our covers will be blown.
All right. So we do the montage of zoop, zoop, wipe screen. You're at the the main entrance to the lab. You've got power suited Kanawa troopers. They seem remarkably uninterested as you like beep in your Zuzos because your profiles they're expecting to return. And a couple of them sort of like snicker when the cyber witch puts the profile up. Like, good to have you back. Station's ready for you.
Sorry, the what's ready for me?
The station is ready for you.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So you gonna need an escort? Do you think you got it? Think you got it this time?
Do I look alone? And I motion to the rest of the team.
Yeah. Sorry. Right.
Hmm?
Fine. Have a great day at work.
Thanks for looking out for me.
Remember the shareholders. And I open up the security door for you. You step on in. It's not deserted, but it's not as full as you would have expected a place like this to be. It's maybe 1/3 staff, roughly. So you've got, you know, it's not going to be hard to hide. It's not going to be hard to move around without much notice. You're in the main lobby and you're looking for Lab 6.
All right. We better use our Zuzus to try to get our bearings in the building.
Well, it's pretty easy for labs 1 through 5. Lab 6 is not on any of your maps. It's just not there.
Hmm.
Can we detect any obvious places where it looks like there could be another connection?
Well, that would be a find.
Make
Does
a find
the
check.
does lab appear on our cyber witches Zuzu on Chars?
Mm.
So are you trying to go through some of the more obscure apps on your phone there, Cyberwitch?
Yeah, let's
Go ahead
try
and do your
that.
find. Go ahead and
Fine,
do
got
a
it.
find. Go ahead, Greg. Do your find as well.
Does anybody have a second chance they can trade me? I
So
rolled a 1 again.
I'll zip this along. I've got alertness, and since
I have
I
a
got
19.
security one,
I also got a 19 on my 19 on my find check.
It looks like there's like a number of, how they have those cubicle paneling. There's a bunch of cubicle paneling. It looks like it's blocking the way to places recently installed. So probably you've got to go through that. And you did the alertness.
yep.
So you can tell, like, okay, well, from where the other labs are spaced, if I were putting a new one, it'd be that angle over there, because that's where the space is. So you're going to take down the obstructing wall.
Look for a joint, like someplace that's meant to give.
All right. You can find that pretty easily. Separate that. Back at the Zuzu, so you're looking through your obscure apps.
No, I'm looking at that Soju ad again. I rolled a 1 again. If someone's got a second chance to trade me, that'd be great. But
Yeah, you're stuck in the customer feedback loop. Rate your experience at the Pink Goryo. Did you find it authentically historical? Yeah, just like, and you're like trying to get out. Deet, 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 deet.
It's all this technology you have to touch. You're like, this is worthless.
Yeah.
It should just.
So you open up and oh, they haven't just blocked it off. You're pretty sure they've mined parts of the floor. And it's pretty, they're not trying
oh,
to hide it. They're making it pretty obvious. So it's meant to, so that workers don't step on this thing. But they have clearly booby trapped this corridor.
so that's not to keep people out. It's to keep something in.
Quite probably.
Hmm.
Oh boy.
So
Nonetheless, we need to get in.
all right. So as I said, they're pretty easily marked. So you just have to wind your way around. Um, you descend again, you descend a third time, and then you come to a set of basically blast doors. And looks like the security device to enter the place has been disabled. It's just they've had all the power is been cut from the switch.
This sounds a little bit frightening, just to be honest.
All right. I'm going to assume that my gas lantern I replaced with a flashlight, and it's time to move forward.
Well, you've got
Yeah,
the
that's
problem is that the security lock has been disabled. There's no power running to it. You've just got a set of
oh.
blast doors. Maybe you can lockpick it. Maybe you can use science to reroute power to it again.
Get my multi-tool out and let's take a look at this thing.
Okay, so you're gonna try to repair it.
Yep.
Try to science-fy it. Go ahead, sir.
I'm trying to.
You need a 12.
12 coming, hopefully. That is a no. That is a no. I got a 6. Do I want to spend a possibility on this?
Trade to an
Get
action.
it?
Your
What?
Zuzu chirps up cheerfully. Dear customer, you're about to perform tortious interference. You should not be tampering with unauthorized Kanoa security devices. Would you like me to alert the authorities?
Not this time.
Very well.
An
I
action
can
card help.
or a hero or a drama.
Yeah, I don't have one. I can trade
Yeah,
for a flurry.
flurry would be good. I'll trade you the drama for the flurry.
All
All
right.
right. Flurry's coming at you.
All right.
Okay, here we go. That is a 17 plus that 6. That is a 23 plus 8. Science. 17 total.
Okay, that's good enough that you figure out, well, wait, this also has a local cache of all entry and out events, and you could just download that into your Zuzu now that you figured out how the porting works. You can just sort of see, get a recollection of how long this thing's been shut down. Looks like it's been shut down for 8 days. You can see that it was authorized at a VP level. The authorization came from outside the lab. And there is one little memo from Inspector Orange that goes, containment containment facilities have been woefully underfunded. This must be addressed immediately. And that's the last communication before the order came to shut down the containment, to shut down the facility.
Relay all that, of course.
Great, let's go past the danger door.
Well, now you can, because it's been helpfully repaired by your good friend, the rum runner.
There's nothing here that I haven't seen worse of.
It just doesn't open quickly. So it's open. When it opens up, quarter lights start turning on. You see, oh, that's an unfortunate degree of blood splatter along that wall.
Oh my.
Can I do
Yeah,
an
this looks
evidence analysis on the blood splatter?
You can. You absolutely can.
10 plus 21. That's 8
I want to assist him.
total of 22 on my evidence analysis.
Wow. Blunt trauma to an entire body at one go. Like it got hit by a truck in this corridor and just smacked up against the wall.
The body's still here?
No, the body's not here, but there's a huge amount of impact force, and it was full body impact force. Something just slammed the body against the wall all at once.
Yike.
Right. Stay sharp. Okay. So can we now that we're in, can we get a floor plan?
Now they're in. Well, the Cyber Witch can, because apparently once you step past the threshold, it goes security unlock. Whoop, diagram pops up, and you see, the floor plan readout, and then you see one that says the abnormal. It's on your map as a little blip, and it's slowly moving.
Great.
Towards us?
Not just moving. At this point, it's moving. You're heading north. It's heading east.
Well, we came here for information, so we need to find a computer.
One of the
Well,
primary research labs.
that'll take you about 20 meters of wandering before you find a workstation. Hey,
Yeah.
look, this one will work.
All right. Do you think it's worth me casting Scrambler in order to not alert kind of what security that we're down here?
I would call that a yes, since you've
Yeah.
opened up a previously sealed facility.
Yeah. All right. So that's alteration. Here we go. Hey. That's 18, which means that's a good success. We have a 100-meter radius of scrambled security and surveillance systems. There we go.
I'll roll their countermeasures, but I think that's pretty. Yeah, they will not be having any audio nor video from this system for a while.
Nice.
So as you walk down the offices and you find a computer terminal, I just need everybody to make a find roll.
19.
19.
10.
11.
Okay.
Observant.
So basically, the three of you find the computer terminal, but the detective sees like the cork board that has like the family photos and stuff on it. But there's one that just draws your attention, and there's like a little linotype thing at the bottom of it, and you gasp just a little bit. It's a photograph, and it says, "The Gaunt Man, Mary Shelley, Sardinia, 1828."
Uh-oh. I'm sorry, I missed all of that.
The photograph is labeled "The Gaunt Man, Mary Shelley, Sardinia, 1828."
Take that.
Yeah, take that. And you notice that there's some other like scrawled notes on the cork board. So you're going to take those?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Something tells me the people that made the notes probably don't need them anymore.
Yeah, they probably memorized the material, I'm sure.
Can I figure anything out from what I'm seeing right now?
You can't. It'll take you a little sec because it's not like, you made the roll, but it doesn't happen instantaneously. So if you
All
just
right.
assume, you say, "I'm sifting through the notes." After a couple of times of sifting through the notes, you'll figure it out. It's just that
Okay.
there's a lot of it, and this was the clue to the first step. Meanwhile, you've got a computer terminal. Who would like to operate said computer terminal?
I will, because I'm the most qualified. Or am I sifting through notes?
You're sifting through notes. So who's going?
Uh,
Realm Runner?
yeah, I
Okay.
think so.
And
I'll
hey,
give him
who
the
Feels
you
like
hear a
prestige.
movement and you hear a movement in the corridor you came from at the same time. Go ahead and make the computer roll.
here comes. Well, it's science roll.
Science roll, yeah.
18 plus, let's see here, science, 5, 14 total.
Okay. So it pops up and says, "You've entered outdated security credentials, but we'll hand you the notes as soon as you watch the following ad." So it's just showing you an ad, for the Fairchild Maximal Arcology, and basically the place you just came from, and all the wonderfuls. You have to sit through the ad, waiting for the ad to come in before it'll let you into the actual files. And there's definitely footfalls coming from the corridor. Hey, who?
All right, well, we'll start positioning towards that area to buy folks time should something show up, because the only thing I use computers for is an improvised weapon.
All right. Go. So we are going to go into combat. And the thing is, we've got someone's on the computers, and if you interrupt that task, you have to start over. You can continue there until you get the thing. You're sifting through notes, which you can stop, but then again, you'll have to start the task over. So you've got two available combatants who are completely free, and other people who are otherwise occupied. So the people who are occupied can tell me when they are bailing on their tasks in order to join the fight, should they so desire. Okay. So the
I'm
card
gonna use
is
my.
the pace quickens, villains go first, but heroes are up, and any multi-action is approved.
Even better.
That's great.
Yeah. So you can catch the offices that are across the corridor from you, the glass door that is closed and locked. Hehu and the Cyber Witch can see the reflection of some pretty beat up Kanawa security forces creeping along the corridor. Um, they have their rifles strapped, their kyogos strapped to their back. They're armed with katanas. It occurs to Hehu they might be out of ammunition, because usually they like to start with their firearms.
This is a bad day for them, and pop my claws because I'm not out of ammunition.
Okay, so they're going to go first. So do they even see you? There are 6 of them, and the number who sees you is an even 0. So they basically cross the T, as it were. They like walk right in front of your quarter, still looking farther down the hallway. Your go.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and do a multi-action where I'm going to maneuver through, just cutting through half of the group to try and draw them into a crossfire, and then swing back behind on the last person in the end and just spear him in the neck with my claws.
So that means you're going to go for 4
Maneuver.
actions. So multi-action of 4.
Well, just, yeah, multi-action of, say, I'm going to try and do a maneuver on 2 of them,
Okay.
and then I'm going to attack the person in the very end.
So -4 and you're up. Go ahead.
Alrighty. So that is 16 for the up, and I'd really like for this to succeed. So I'm going to cash in another possibility, 16 and another 10.
Do you want a flurry? I have a flurry to trade.
Well, I'm all right for that for right now. So we're looking at a 30 to start. So that's a 9. So my maneuver is a 23. So I'm hoping that's enough for the player's call.
Yeah, it is enough for the player's call. In fact, exactly enough.
And then for the unarmed combat, that is a 24.
Wow. Okay, that's 2 bonus dice for you.
All right. Not as awesomely stellar as I would like, but 17 for the damage.
I could use my situational awareness to play a coup de grace into my pool, but you don't have anything to trade yet.
That takes care of that trooper very nicely. It's just it looks like they're wearing power armor. You're guessing it's not powered. They're out of juice.
Ooh.
So you've been able to. So you just take that one down, and you manage to stymie those 2. Cyber Witch, what would you like to do?
If they are not in melee with Hehu, then I'm gonna shoot one of the 2 that are remaining.
Okay.
But I'm also going to I'm going to double action too. I'm going to trick one. Oh, sorry.
I said get those cards.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna shoot one and I'm gonna trick the other one. I'm gonna yell something about the shareholders are upset about the Thriller remake that you're doing.
All right.
All right, so it's -2, 14. Oh, and we're up.
Yes.
So 19. So +4 all around. All right, so the one I tricked is got a 15.
Okay. So he's already very silent, so you want to make him vulnerable?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I shoot the other one with a God meter, and that would be 12.
So that hits, just regular damage. So he's not quite out. Okay.
15 damage.
So that's a hero card for Hehu and an inspire for the Cyber Witch.
Oh.
Yay.
Hang on.
And then are you guys aborting your tasks, or are you continuing?
No.
Continuing.
We've got this.
What could go wrong?
Well, until you said that.
Right?
I think Greg's on top of it.
Here we go.
Plus, with one of those cards, I know exactly what could go wrong.
So I'm going to put Inspire into my pool. I'm going to play it immediately. So play to give all Storm Knights their choice of 1 possibility, a draw from the Destiny deck, or they can recover 3 shock.
I'll take my possibility back. That's awesome.
I'm going to get a possibility.
Have I recovered my shock from the beach?
Yes, you have. So possibility for you?
Possibility for me.
Okay. I assume
And you get a
Philomena wants a possibility also?
Oh. Is Philomena there?
Looks like Philomena froze.
Philomena? Oh.
Oh, we can hear
Hello?
you. Oh, there you are.
Okay.
We made it.
Let me
So do you want a possibility? Oh,
Yes.
and we're dropping people right and left. Oh no, our technologies. It's the cyber witch. I blame the scrambler.
No, blame
Not on
all the
us,
one
on
cyber
Kanawha.
boy.
All right.
There. I will take a card.
Okay. You get a second wind.
Okay.
The next round is the going gets tough. The villains have inspiration. Heroes go second. And you're into the system, sir.
Woohoo!
And the first thing that pops up is it says shard consumption 100%. Leakage 100%.
Yikes.
Wow. I know the Hey Who is there. I saw him hurt my friend. I don't seem to be able. Yeah, you're basically just making like 2 millimeter adjustments to get the katanas to miss you. It's like they're just not able to land a blow.
Got the dead person. I'm just kind of parrying with him.
Yeah. And my D20s sincerely believe that they are D5s so far. So, yep, I get nowhere near the Cyber Witch. Looks like it's the hero's turn.
Are we able to make evidence analysis rolls yet?
Yes, you are.
Me too.
Right.
Okay.
I'm spending a possibility on that.
14. Yeah, I'm
Ooh,
actually going to
17.
Okay.
Right.
Let's see here. 14. Would a 10 be enough, or
10 won't be enough to, not with the computer system you're dealing with.
I think a possibility?
Okay.
Back down to 3.
Or 4.
Plus 11. 5. All right, that is a total of 17.
Okay. So you get a security camera turned on. It takes you're not quite sure what you're looking at. And then you say, oh, you're looking at the inner guts of a stele that has basically been opened up and they're tinkering with it. You see the remains of an eternity shard, which probably is the shard consumption that has been occurring, that sits at the base of it. It's sitting in a lab that's not too far away, and there is all sorts of like goop covering the desks and the consoles. You're just like a huge snail has run over this thing.
What color is the goop?
The goop is pinkish. Hard to tell. It's not the best fidelity on the security camera. So you can swivel the camera, you can move it around. It looks like you can also get readouts on the stele. And
Yeah,
so,
let's get information.
okay, so you're pulling all the information out. You had the
Yep.
information, you had I'll get to the evidence analysis after this next round of combat because it'll be a small digression. So, okay. Who's going first to take on the poor, hapless, exhausted Kanawha troopers?
How many remain?
You have 4 still standing.
Excellent. And what were the approved actions?
The approved actions are intimidate.
Interesting. Not my strong suit. Well, then I will go ahead and just do the second best thing, which is to attempt to stab another one in the throat.
Okay, that should be not too hard.
All right. So I will go ahead and go for a vital blow, just so that at least I get some sort of a chance of hurting these things through their silly armor.
Their armor is not terribly effective without power.
Oh, nice. Well, I will enjoy that because
Like they are out of gas in more ways than one.
all right. So that's just a 12 to hit.
That hits. What's your damage?
Let's see. It would be 13 with the vital blow.
Okay, well, that takes care of that trooper. So you're down to 3. Cyber Witch.
I'll go ahead and multi-target, I think, to shoot 2 of them.
Okay.
Oh, 20.
Oh wow.
Oh,
Oh.
9. 29. Let's see. So that is 9 plus 18 minus 2 for the double target, 16.
Okay. All right. So that gives you a bonus die.
Right? That exploded. So 8 was 23 damage.
So the way I imagine the scene is you're just going pop, pop, and end up with your gun pointed at the third one, who just surrenders. So that takes care of. So, do you have a way out? Can you leave?
Wait, oh.
Yes.
Let's get out of here.
Come with us if you want to live.
well, but you're seen to be staying. So, did you open the security door?
We did. What? If you just wanted to leave, why did you attack us? I wouldn't have had to shoot you.
We attacked them.
Did we attack them first?
Yeah,
We
actually.
did. Yeah. Awkward.
It's like
They're walking
Sorry.
threateningly.
yeah, they're being very very assertive about their corridor dominance. So
I'm territorial. I'm sorry.
yeah, come on, just that thing. It just keeps eating us. We've got to get out of here.
Not until we get the information we need.
Do you mind if I get out of here?
The door should be open, but we will need your information about what's happening here.
So he walks over to the console that you're at. He starts pulling here. I'll get you the files. And meanwhile, back at the evidence analysis, you've been reconstructing a timeline with the photographs and stuff that are here. This seems to be sort of notes taken from a classified briefing for the researchers. And so they just sort of took the notes as they're going along. But it seemed that Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, the power of that story created a certain possibility resonance that at first attracted the Gaunt Man to Earth. And he became very curious about the story, met with Mary Shelley. Then his notes about intelligent reanimated matter, question mark. And that he got the idea for Gothspog from Frankenstein and has been trying to recreate essentially sentient undead that aren't cursed. And so Gothspog are his closest attempt. There's also a bit about how Gothspog are created from the Kamagas. The Kano Corporation has gotten their hands on the Kamagas strain. They've also gotten their hands on Akashan DNA. And so what you're in is a facility that is working on the Xeno-Gospog program, which is splicing alien DNA into the Gottman's Gospog design in order to create new and improved Gospog. And apparently this one has succeeded, but earlier in the timeline it shows that the Gottman is historically true. Mary Shelley in 1826 wrote a book called The Last Man, which predicted a contagion raging across Europe and Asia in the 21st century. So the idea, this book was gifted to Ryuichi Kanawa, and so he took that power of the core Earth story as part of the possibility energy for the contagion. In other words, the Gottman has been weaponizing core Earth's own stories against it. And that's one of the reasons he chose to invade core Earth, because the power of core Earth stories are so powerful that it's the only cosmos he's found where he could do this. So you've got that information in the notes. And at the same time, the computer brings up a thing on the Protean, a 6th planting gospog.
How big is this gospog?
Approximately 10 by 15 meters.
Is it
Sort of an
here?
amorphous.
Is it here?
He's like, yeah, it's here.
A 6th planting?
6th planting, yeah. And we don't understand it because it got killed. it got destroyed at Sydney. We don't know how it reconstituted, but it did. But according to researchers, has something to do with the Nile Empire axioms we stuck in that stele.
Oh.
Do we have everything? We have not taken any DNA samples.
Well, as unpleasant as it is, there's an entire room full of goop. I'm fairly certain. Could go out on a limb.
Is the abnormal the protein?
It gestates into this. Yes, it's the first stage. I guess when it reaches the abnormal, it's a 7th planting, but I don't understand the process. The researchers did. It's still growing, and they've locked us in here once this thing reconstituted. We've been surviving off of vending machines and crap, but there's a way out. I need to get out. This is just a death trap.
We have enough information to go.
He bows. Thank you. He just sprints back down from the direction you guys came. And you're guessing that little blip on your Zuzu would be said protean. So at least you know where it is.
Play cat and mouse for that, for sure.
Yeah, now it seems to be heading towards you.
So what do we need to get in order to get out of here? Let me see here.
We haven't got DNA samples yet.
Just the goop from the lab.
The goop from the lab almost certainly counts because you're guessing it was not made by Kanawa Security.
All right, so we will kind of skirt around, get to the lab, try and get the goop.
All
Maybe.
right. So let's make a stealth test versus a protean find. I imagine I know who's making that stealth test for the group. And I'm using my sense possibilities.
Ooh, nice. That's a good choice.
Yeah,
All right.
I eat realm runners.
In that case, if Heihu is going to lead this roll, I'm going to cast Enhance on Heihu to raise his dexterity.
All right.
Let's do it.
All right, one sec. So the target number is your attribute. What's your dex?
12.
12.
Whoa.
That's a 7. That is. Oh, I got an 11. Great. Do I have any cards I can play on this? Let's see. Where did my cards go?
I can trade you an action.
I was going to say, I have an action. There we go. +3. So 14 is a +1 to your dex, but that's still a +1.
Yeah, it is a +1.
All right. All right. So let's see. So that would be a +1 onto my existing stealth that is now been raised. 17.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Bonus points for the +1. It got a 16.
Oh.
Ah!
So it basically looks like it passes over your position. You're guessing it's in the air ducts.
Mm-hmm.
You guys managed to beeline, and then you hear the crash from the wall, and behind you can see sort of like the consistency of maybe silly putty meets corn syrup, but it's flesh. It's just pouring itself out onto the floor. It
Ew.
pours, keeps pouring, fills up the level to the glass door, fills the level to the ceiling, keeps spreading out horizontally. It's just huge. Everybody has to make a willpower roll upon first spotting
Okay.
this thing.
Yeah.
I have steady on, so I am going to make if I make my fear check, then everyone else is favored on theirs.
Okay. Go
All
right
right.
ahead.
Nice.
Nice.
That's an 8, and I spent a possibility on that one, which is a 20. 28. 9 to my spirit of 8 is 17.
That counts as having made it by you cleared that bar by several meters. All right, so everybody gets the everybody's favored, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and make your fear chests.
This is willpower or spirit?
Definitely don't like that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna re-roll. Oh, the second one's worse. No. All right.
No.
Do I spend a possibility on this?
I got a 10. Is that a success?
10 is not a success because you're at -4, unless you baked in the -4.
I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't.
You need a 10,
So,
so you need a 14.
okay. Well, I'm
Break
going
an
to use my
action card.
favorite. Well, I got a favorite still. So, yeah, I'll do that action card. Do you want connection or
Sure.
maelstrom?
I'll take connection.
All right, connection.
All right.
I rolled so low, I'm just gonna fail. I don't think a possibility is gonna get me past.
Okay,
Yes.
so you're just going to take being very stymied for a little bit.
Yeah, I got a -1.
Okay. You're going to take very stymied. You're going to take very stymied until the next action. Okay.
I wasn't a fan of Jello in the first place. This is
That's
not
right.
Like that scene from Akira.
Okay, so
Right?
so you two made it, and the two did not. So you'll be very stymied the first time you have to run into this thing. So we go. You're running down. So you make the laboratory because it still didn't know you were there. So it takes a while to catch your scent back again. So yeah, there is stuff all over this lab, and there's the glowing red and blue innards of a stele in front of you, surrounded by goop.
I will take a sample of the goop because we need to get a DNA sample.
Yeah, that's savory. Ugh. Okay, so you got that. And what are you doing?
Is there anything else here we should be looking at? Can I make a find
That's
check?
what I was gonna ask.
You can make a fine check. I mean, you got the stele, which is
Yeah.
Right, but we haven't got a glory here in order to pull it. So
Oh, I don't know if we thinking way outside the box, Mr. Realm Runner.
Yes.
You think maybe there's an opportunity to try and see if you can't reverse the flow on that or turn it into some sort of a destructive device, because I really don't like the idea of this lab standing after we're out of it.
Let me take a look at it.
I got a 16 on my find.
okay. So, but first we'll deal with the find. The stele is open, which steles normally aren't. So it's probably possible to manipulate it. And with that find, you can assist the realm runner to figure out maybe how this works. The other thing you do with the find is you get an immediate evidence analysis roll, because the law of acquisition is a Pan Pacifica world law that allows them to assimilate other cosmos world laws. You're looking at that mechanism. So you would have, if you make this and it's a 16, but if you make
Okay.
it, you understand how Pan Pacifica is incorporating other people's realities in their stele and can report that back. Because it's possible that can be reverse engineered or countered by the Delphi
Awesome.
Council.
All right, I got a 15. That's 2. Evidence analysis 14, 16.
Okay, so you got it. So you've got that information. So
Great.
also,
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Greg.
the other possibility of outside the box Not exactly a security device. It's possible, though, since its innards are exposed and none of its shielding in place, you can scramble the impulses that this thing is sending out.
Oh.
That sounds like a job for my special security features on my Zuzu. So I will give my Zuzu to someone who knows what on earth they're doing with. Is that a reality test or is that going to be a
You can
computer's
do it.
test?
Scrambler can work. Reality can work.
I think our realm runner's the reality guru.
Yes, the
that is
reality.
So
Yeah,
you're
I'm still
gonna.
very stymied. So,
Oh, that's true. You're stymied until the thing comes back.
mm.
That's unfortunate. Speaking of which,
Oh, great.
oh, there we. I have numbers other than 1 through 5. I
Yes.
really do.
Oh,
oy vey.
Oh, yep. It almost like wells up out of the floor,
Oh no.
Ew.
and it
Gross.
sort of starting to assemble itself as you're making the reality roll.
Yep.
And all right, so what is it you're going to attempt to do? You're going to attempt to
Oh.
divert the flow, or you're going to attempt to try to bottle it up? What is it you're trying to do with the reality transmissions coming out of this delay?
So I need some input from the team.
Bottle it up.
What
Contain
bottle it?
thing will make an explosion.
All right.
but
Bottle this
it
thing.
might juice the protein.
It might, but getting this delay to short circuit probably has long-term benefits, and they'll write a
True.
nice memorial to you guys. It'll all work out.
True, we can die
Well,
gloriously.
there you go.
But
All
we haven't
right,
got
let's
the
bottle
information
this.
out.
Okay, so here we go. It is a
Yeah.
dramatic encounter.
Bum bum
I'm not
bum.
through yet. Oh, heroes get inspiration, but the villain gets to go first. All right, I've got, man, who's Realm Runner's a threat, and Hey Who's a threat, by the way I'm figuring it. So I'll go after you two.
And
This
the
thing basically turns into two long tendrils that are about 3 meters wide each and
ew.
just flails forward.
Yikes.
Quick
It,
question.
it's a
Should I
big
play
one.
Maelstrom?
That'll twist all of us.
Oh, that's 16 on Hey Who. Does that hit?
Just barely.
Okay, its damage is a 20.
Ouch.
Ooh.
All right, so that's going to be 2 wounds and 4 shock.
I trying to soak that?
Yeah. That seems like the thing to do at this time.
Oh, and that's an 11 against the Realm Runner. Does that hit?
11. I have a 10 for dodge, or is it melee?
It's melee.
Melee? I have a 9.
Okay, so I got you. 20
Yep.
damage.
Oh, ouch. 20. That is. I need my chart here. Let's see here.
So I did soak both. So I got a
Okay.
good success. So one point of interest and curiosity, as far as them being able to manipulate and borrow world laws, is that what they're actually able to do with this stele?
They can do it. It's
Minus.
a Pan Pacifico ability.
Mhm.
What they've done here is
Well,
incorporated the law of drama from the Nile Empire
That's
so they
gross.
can violate some laws of physics. Because a protean doesn't exactly fit even the Nile Empire.
Right.
I mean, the Pan Pacifica, tech level 25 gene stuff, it's a little bit beyond that. So they have to manipulate reality a little further.
We borrow the law
So,
of drama?
Hmm?
Can we borrow the law of drama?
It's in effect.
oh, possibility time. Oh no, that's action. Sorry.
Yeah, that's action.
Sorry. So yeah, I'm gonna soak.
Okay.
That's 2 wounds, 4 shock. So yeah, let's do this. All right. 17. Let's see here. 17. That is a I got a 16 total.
Okay, then you do it because you need a 10 and 15 is 2.
Yep.
All right, so you're back up. Heroes get to go. Inspiration for anybody who has shock, but I think you are okay. You've got this massive thing in front of you. Since it's gone, nobody's stymied anymore. So you're up to normal, and
All
you're
right, I
facing the
have
flesh blob.
a few options here, and I want to run them by you guys. I have situational awareness. I can play one card into my pool right now, play it immediately, and I was thinking I could play that connection card.
It
Which is
won't be able to. Well, actually, I take that back. Yes, there is a way you'll be able to do that. Mhm.
so, or I could play my outbreak card right now.
I don't know if more bad stuff is what we need.
What could but do you need possibilities?
Not at the expense of extra things that I have to chew on.
Okay, then. Then I'm going to use my situation awareness. I'm going to play that connection card.
Okay. So, as things are getting dire and the monster is coming in, we flash back to the briefing room, and there's the detective, sort of looking at the maps that have been provided, and you notice that where Dana Dorman left her supplies would have been just outside this chamber. So if you pop an exit, there should be explosives, all sorts of little goodies sitting just outside the door.
If we could just get to the door.
Right, but you can see I got to go there and there. It's basically a 20-meter sprint, and you'll be at the door.
Awesome. I'm off.
Okay, so the detective goes racing down. Who wants to go next?
I'm gonna try and rig this daily.
Okay.
It's reality time.
What are the approved actions?
Oh, please, yeah.
Sorry. The approved actions are intimidate. don't bother.
I was about to say it's probably mindless. So
Yeah. Okay. Reality time. Go.
Reality time. Oh, got a 2. Do I probably should spend a possibility on this.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's
this is for the peanuts.
It's for all the peanuts. Oh,
Counts as the 10 though, right?
so I got yeah, it's a 10, but I got a total of 12.
Okay. So that means you get to make partial progress, but you aren't there yet.
Okay.
But it drops it from an 18 down to a 16. So you're closer.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, who? Cyberwitch,
All right.
what are you doing?
So I'm going to do a maneuver roll to try and make this thing stymied, so that way we can buy everybody more time, and I'm not going to die in the process.
All right. Go right ahead.
18, that's good. Let's see, that's 5 on top of maneuver. 14 is 19.
Wow. Okay. So it's not quite enough for outstanding, but you do get, so it is stymied. It
take
is stymied. All right.
Is this thing possibility rated?
It is.
Great. Vengeance is mine.
Okay.
Play on a reality rated foe. They may not soak wounds caused by your character for the next 3 rounds.
Here we go.
Yep. And I'm going to fire upon it. So, let's see. Fire combat's 9. And I roll my third one of the session. This is great. I'm so glad to be here. It's such a great demo.
So, yeah, it occurs to you that you should have reloaded that weapon, but
Yeah.
Oh,
you'll get to that next round. Okay, so
Cool. But everyone play a card into your pool.
right. And then when suddenly defend and intimidate are the actions. Dylan
guess
gets to
what I'm
go
gonna do.
first. All right. Well, I still got Hey Who in front of me, but this witch person. Okay, I'll try to hit her. And I'm stymied, which isn't going to matter against Hey Who because I didn't come close against the witch. Oh, but -2, so I'm at a 9. What's your dodge?
Who was that at?
Witch, the cyber
Oh, that
witch.
was me. Sorry. My dodge is well, unarmed is 9, dodge is 10.
Dodge is 10. Okay, so I missed you because you stymied me. All right. Heroes get to go.
What do I find in the package?
Well, when you pop open, there are bricks and bricks of C4 and cutting torches and fuses and all sorts of wire.
Only I knew how any of this stuff worked.
Well,
Well,
you get an idea how blasting caps work. That's just dynamite.
right. So that's just the same, right?
That's the
Right.
same.
What are we going to blow up?
You might be able to incorporate this into the reality bomb that we're building.
Right.
Yes.
So I'm going to try to drag the entire crate of C4 back.
Well, it's a duffel bag, but yeah, you drag it back. You'll be back at the end of this round because you're doing nothing but move, right? You move, drag it, double move again. So you bring it back. So you'll be dragging up next to the steel line next. Okay, reality rated person.
Do this.
Do it. So you're down to a 16 that you need. 10 or above
All right.
improves.
Got a 9. My last possibility point.
Or you could just
Um,
wait to next round and hope you do better.
I'll just wait till next round.
Because you can play into your pool, right? Other
Yes.
cards may come out. Okay,
Yep.
hey
So I am going to go ahead and repeat the previous thing since it worked out so well for everybody. And then I'm going to go ahead and try and maneuver on it again.
All right.
And keep it stymied. Come on, let's get that good success. 16, that's 3. On top of 14 is 17.
That's a good success.
All right, so I'm going to give him 2 levels of stymie.
There we go. Cyber Witch.
I'm going to shoot again because I remember to reload.
Yeah.
I'm going to spend a possibility on that 4. This is 14. Do I get a bonus for it being large or anything?
You do. You get a +4 for being large.
Then I got a 14 to hit.
Okay. So that is exactly what you need to hit. So what's your damage?
15, which is probably not enough.
Yeah, its toughness is 23.
Oh, excellent. Great. Yes.
Okay. So we go to the next round. Oh no! Defend and intimidate again. Intimidate. This is not helpful.
That's all right.
Villains go first, and heroes experience a surge.
I'm good.
Oh,
Surge.
But fortunately, I
I'm
don't
going to
think.
abort my turn to defend.
Okay.
So I think that's going to be important.
All right. So I'm going to go first, but I'm stymied. Double stymied. So what am I going to? I got to take out the reality. Realm Runner. You're doing something to my nest. I don't like
I
people
am.
messing things with my nest. Ooh. So that negates so much. I guess it's straight up. My unarmed combat 17. Does that hit?
Yeah, I got a melee of 9. So
Ooh, so I get a bonus die to add it to my 20?
Ouch.
this is gonna hurt.
21.
Oh. All right. Let's see here. 21. I think that's Isn't that 2 wounds again? 2 wounds for shock?
I imagine it is.
Yeah. All right. Well,
You can just take it because you're not out.
I'm not.
I can transfer possibilities to you. So if you want to
Okay.
go ahead and soak.
I will.
So I'm doing great with mine.
I'm gonna soak, and then I'll receive the transfer from.
Yeah.
Okay, roll and soak. Are you?
Yeah, I'm soaked.
Okay, you starting to place explosives there, detective?
Oh yes.
Okay, you don't happen to have heavy weapons, do you?
Oh, of course not.
Okay, so it's just a dex. Go right ahead.
Dex, great, 'cause that's my bestest skill. 15, that's a total of 9.
It's not gonna be effective. You might want to boost that.
I got a
All right,
15 on
well,
soak.
I will spend my last possibility to get these things in place.
Yes.
20. 3. The previous roll was 15. And 23, 38 is 11 to my dex. It's 18.
Okay, it occurs to you that incorporating this stuff into the circuitry of the stele might be extra boomy. So that's what you do, because you basically figure, well, wait, he's gonna have this discharge, it's gonna back up. Then yeah, okay. So you work it so that when he gets the thing to blow, your explosives will blow based on that trigger. So it should be a huge, huge kaboom.
An earth-shattering kaboom. Oh.
That's right. All right, heroes.
Oh.
You, what are you doing?
I'm rigging still.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna have you roll last because that's pretty much what's gonna set the scene.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna play transfer and give 2 possibilities to Jason, our rum runner.
Okay.
Because they're doing important work. And then I'm gonna do what I should have done and cast diminish on this thing's dexterity.
Oh.
And so the target is its willpower or spirit.
That's a reasonable choice. That's a 10.
I got a 14.
Okay.
So that's going to drop its dex by -2.
That's helpful. Okay. Hey, what are you doing?
I boarded to defend.
Okay. Well, that's convenient because it's going to be swiping at you. So go ahead and roll there, Realm Runner.
All right, here we go. It is time.
It is time.
15 plus. Let's see here. It's I got a 14 total. I can spend a possibility on that. And
You would like to. This is you got one shot to strike this thing. One and only
this
one.
thing. Oh, dire. Oh, and that's an 18 plus that. So 15 plus 18.
Ooh.
30. Yeah. 33. Yeah, 33. So that is a 22 total.
There you go. Can you drop? So that is a outstanding success. So as you're running, we're going to be rolling a bonus die from the detective and 2 bonus dice from the realm runner. And we're going to have an earth shattering kaboom once you leave the room. So it might be time to leave, but this is the next round. We'll see who goes first. Of course, the villain does. But I presume you'll just be escaping, assuming he doesn't KO you. Not with that roll. I think the Cyber Witch and I are simpatico. We have very very similar dice this session. So a maneuver roll to escape the blast radius before this thing goes completely kaboom.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Don't like Philomena's chances.
All right.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
And this is a maneuver. What kind of roll?
Maneuver or just Dex if you don't have
Maneuver.
whatever.
Okay.
Maneuver time.
Or surges last time. But anyway. Yeah, I got a 2 roll, so that's my maneuver check was -1.
Do you need a hero card I can trade you?
I might need a. You know what? I can trade you a hero card. I have. Yeah, I have coup de grace or second wind. Does anyone need any of those? Oh, you know what I have? I have a master plan.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll trade you the hero for master plan.
Great. So I'll trade you that, and I'll play that hero card. And then you can pick the hero card right back up again.
Nice.
I got an 11 on my maneuver.
Yeah, that's enough. You only need 10 to get out of here.
Oh, I got a 10
13.
then. So I'm not going to spend a thing.
Okay.
13, and it's
Nice.
my roll, which is still not enough because that's only a +1 to give me to an 8. So,
All right.
and a
Hey,
pleasure to know you all.
Hey, who? You can take a multi-action bonus to try to grab Philomena on the way out, and that means you need to make a strength test and a dexterity test.
No problem. No problem. All right. And for funsies, I'm going to go ahead and spend a possibility to make sure that all this stuff goes off like it needs to.
Nice.
28
On here.
puts me at 9 over. So for the strength roll, with the -2 for the multi-action, that takes me to a 17.
Oh, yeah.
And then for the maneuver,
It's more like a dance move than a grapple. It's just kind of whoop. You spin Philomena out with you.
and then for the maneuver, that one is a 20.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So basically, you spin out. This thing sort of pivots, and then as the possible energy starts pulling out of the stele, it becomes a more delectable. It becomes a more delectable source. So it tries to eat the stele instead of you guys. So you are like bolting out of the lab as the thing goes. Just roll your bonus dice so you know how big it is between the detective and the realm runner.
Can I play the coup de grace on that one?
Okay, go. Roll 2 dice. We've
2
got about a
dice?
minute.
Oh.
1. Oh, God.
10.
Okay.
I got a 5. I got a 9.
So 19%. Yeah. This thing, it explodes out and then almost like collapses like is in a singularity or something. So there's this huge kaboom fall.
Okay. All right. So we have to come to an end now because we are handing over to America again. That was the stream from Europe. I hope you can still see me, but okay. We are going to be back tomorrow, but tomorrow we're going to be in a different time because we're going to be in summertime. There's going to be a time change in Europe, so we'll be 7 hours apart, which means we will start at noon Central European time, but still at 5 a.m. Central time. It's a pleasure for me to say goodbye to everyone there. Have a wonderful GaryCon, and I will see you again tomorrow. Take care, and hello to America.